Bro, y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the part departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a waste hammer.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty broads. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come on. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB can hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old lying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed!
Oh my god, exposed!
Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit chronic with Rashady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Right? Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucker killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Look, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you guys.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. I trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is boring.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. Motherfucker's hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What is happening? We should do like the clown music. Should we put the clown music on? Dun, 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 dun. Now that we're starting this. It has been the biggest shit show clown circus I have ever seen. This case, it has turned into a shit show. A straight shit show. And it's sad for Sebastian's. Because it's all about him. And it should be about him. It should not be about all this other bullshit. Of course it is. But, and we're definitely going to go over it because there's a whole lot of it. And we missed a lot of it. Well, I did. I'm sure you guys kept up with it. But this fucking shit show has got to be one of the worst ones I've seen since I've been here. It's that bad, you guys. It's that bad. And we've been through the Michael Long case, which was really bad. Quentin Simon's case, Summer Wells' case, there's been so many that I have to say at this point, this one takes the cake. Right. When you see all the drama and drama ones covering it, you know it's going to be bad. You know it's going to be bad. Oh, and it has been. It definitely has been. Dylan Rounds. Oh, God, that was another one. Yeah, that was another one. His parents were tortured. Kylie Rodney. That was another one. Her parents are still being tortured. Social media is the belly of the beast. And parents come here and they think that they're going to get help. They think that, you know, everybody's here to help them and everybody's going to do right by them and everybody has a heart and they're just going to share it and everything's going to be great and they're going to help. And no, that's not how it goes. Very rarely, very fucking rarely is that how it goes. And sadly, most of the time the parents get blamed. They get in, you know, people keep saying I did this horrible interview. I didn't know I had an interview. I didn't know I did an interview with Chris and Katie. I wasn't aware of it. When they came up to chit chat and hang out. They didn't come up here for an interview. I didn't schedule an interview with them. So I heard that TRev's little buddy decided he was going to dox Clue out. So yeah, you mean to tell me you're out here dropping bombs, covering Sebastian's case, then you go and you go to the vigil that they had for Sebastian. You meet up with let's see here. You meet up with people, and then you guys you meet up with each other or whatever, you and Seth's friend or whatever you want to call her. Supposed to be your friend. He's supposed to be your bro. You and her link up, and then you come and decide that you're going to not only talk shit about it, but you're going to drop a bomb saying that Seth asked you to bring a pew pew and he was going to give you $2,000 for it when you got there. You not only say this, you drop this big ass fucking bomb. You then decide you're going to delete the live stream like it never happened. Then your buddy goes off and decides he's going to fucking dox the fuck out of Illuminati, right? And you think that shit's going to just fly? There's somebody else that's been doxing. He called a ceasefire, but that ceasefire is about to be dead, done, and over with. Because you don't get to have a ceasefire with me and then dox my mods and dox my fucking friends over here. Put a slice on their neck and that kind of shit. You're next. That ceasefire is done, dead, and over with, Cinny. Just so you know, I'm going to put that out there too. Being doxxed seems to be the rite of passage for creators. And kind of, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what they do. That's what somebody does when they get mad. As soon as they get mad and hurt your feelings, boom, they dox you. Just what it is. Like, if you're coming to this community, you might as well get used to it because it's probably going to happen to you. And it'll probably happen over and over and over again. Yeah, it's very fucking low. Very fucking low. I thought Katie and Chris did a good job talking over here. They talked about what Sebastian likes. They talked about his food, his games. They talked about all the stuff that he enjoyed, the animals that he liked. I don't understand. We've had Pascal say he was going to step back because of the drama. Then Dolly said he was going to step back. Of course, we knew he wasn't because he can't get views without Sebastian's name. He's got to have his name in the title to get views. We all know that. He tried it with Karen Reed and had 200 people in his chat. But put Sebastian in his fucking line, boom, he's got 2,000 people in there. It's ridiculous. Now you have TRev starting shit, saying he's going to step back. I mean, people want to say Tony's the problem, but I'm beginning to think it's not Tony. Seems to be these creators that get fucking pissed off and then they want to run their fucking mouth and turn it into a shit show circus. It's fucking ridiculous. This little boy deserves so much better. So much better. But I will say, I was watching this video last night that somebody sent me. And it was, it's actually Illuminati's video from when, let's see. It's a drive, and I thought it was pretty interesting. And we're gonna watch some of it real quick because it gives you guys a better idea of what it looks like, and we're about to watch it because we'll feed into that bullshit later, but we're gonna watch this because it was, like I said, it's pretty damn interesting. And it shows the retention pond, and I think that's something we all wanted to see. There was somebody else who asked me about it too. Yeah, it seems more like Seth, huh? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know with all the bullshit going on. It's like I said, it's sad for Sebastian because he gets lost in it all. He gets lost in all the bullshit. Now you have Bullhorn Betty going down there hooking up with Tony to you know do this investigation together so that they can try to figure things out. And I mean, whatever, more power to you. Do your investigation, but I sure as hell hope there ain't no protesting outside people's houses and shit. I hope that's a thing of the past. Oh, is her car messed up again? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I didn't even have a chance to watch Savage. I know she keeps up on what she's been doing, but I haven't had a chance to. I didn't get to watch her this morning, so. But anyhow, hey Katie K, how are you, baby? I wanted you guys to see this because it kind of gives an idea of what it looks like out there. Let's see. So, I mean, this was a couple months ago, but actually, you can hear her talking to Dolly during this, really. So here's the neighborhood. I wanted you guys to see this. So I wanted you guys, we seen the map, right? We seen the map that Gray Hughes did, where it shows his footsteps, like it shows where he was like where the dogs followed the snitch. So I wanted you guys to see this real fast because it kind of shows where the retention pond is at.
Met with Dolly. He's trying to drone over the house. Good if y'all.
Matter of fact, you just heard her say this is the day that Dolly was droning over their house. This is the day that Dolly had the drone going over Chris Proudfoot's and Katie's house.
But I'm showing him the retention pond that they drained right now.
And I want you guys to see the neighborhood.
Which I don't think you guys have seen up close.
And the retention pond.
Now you will. Should I go and make a circle?
Yeah, I just go down here to the stop sign and make a left. It'll be right there on the right. All right.
It's over here, Dave.
Oh, well, then, yeah, either way, make the circle. It's the one out in front of that barn, right?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Because on the news, they showed this pond right here with that grate in it, remember?
We'll go around this loop
I'm
first.
going to. And then you pull up that way, and it's right there it'll be on your left. Oh, look at that little baby.
Because right there's the one with the grate.
Okay, so.
I swear this is the one they drained. It's right here.
Put that down. Get that off that youngin'.
Oh, my bad. Make it right or over here. Oh.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we ran into Dolly. We're trying to show him where his retention pond is at.
You was a lie. We tracked him down.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We hunted him down.
She said, use a motherfucking lie. We tracked him down. And now look, he turned out to be a piece of shit, didn't he? See, y'all thought you was getting somebody good, damn it.
I'm watching his live.
You found out who the real Dolly was.
Yeah, we're in front of Dolly. He's following us. We're trying not to show all these little kids and these families out here on this road.
You're good now.
All right.
And if you're trolling, you're gonna sub for at least 5 minutes because I'm done with the troll comments.
This one here's the one
Yep.
you think they drained?
Look at the grate.
Oh yeah, you're right.
All right, so here it goes. You can see
right here. I thought so too, but I was watching the news last night and it showed them some guy sitting on this grate.
now. See, it wasn't some guy; it was a mannequin actually.
Right here, and they had like a long hose in it, like a pump.
Yeah, his subscribers paid for him to go to CrimeCon. Yep.
In Mount Juliet.
Yeah, they paid $8,000, and people thought TRev was lying when he said he made $18,000. Hell no, he's telling the truth. He is telling the fucking truth. He really did make $18,000. Dead ass serious. Between Kylie Rodney, Idaho 4, and the other cases he covered, yes, he sure as fuck did. Like I said, you don't make a whole lot of money off your videos, but memberships, if you gift memberships or you do super chats, that's a way to support the channel. And he sure was he was raking in the fucking memberships and super chats. So I most certainly believe that he made that kind of money. Abso-fucking-lutely I do. Yes, absolutely I do.
He's found.
Shut up.
You know what? We're not sure. Always.
The Sebastian Rogers group.
Yeah.
It's one of the Facebook groups. I don't know.
Well,
DJ's in them. I'm not in them.
There's some messages going around that somebody was found in Mount
That
Juliet,
maybe that's what.
That was an adult Nashville.
But that ain't where the landfill is.
No, the landfill that they were searching in Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's in Kentucky?
Yeah.
It's a good grip.
Their trash goes to a separate. How they do it here, they take our trash and put it in a sorting center, and then the sorting center goes to Kentucky.
Holy shit! So this is the one.
That's what I think.
If he did get out and he did come here, then what?
Right. Where'd he go?
Right. He would be alive if he wasn't kidnapped. Somebody didn't kill him.
I'm telling you, I think they.
My thing is this: I don't always believe those dogs.
No, y'all, we ain't saying that they found them. We're saying that there's a rumor going around that they may have.
Well, you know what's funny is this lady.
I don't know.
This lady that I met searching.
I'm thinking.
Like 6 times this afternoon. Stopped, right? Because he'd have to walk out of the pond, even if he got in the water. Correct. And it's either, and I will say this, it's either this one, but I've seen on the news where it looks like they had a pump or like a big ass hose, and it ain't there now. And it's either this one or that one right there by that barn.
Yeah, that one by that barn looked like it was drained. You can see down in that one.
Yeah. That's
so maybe that is the one they.
But either way, he's not in them.
No.
Right. Yeah.
So he's not in them. That means they either parked over here, got him to, because you know he was supposed to be at work.
Well, and another thing.
Could be somebody on the side too. You don't know these women around here.
That lady has a boyfriend.
You
well,
don't.
That's what
I'm
we
trying
hear.
to tell you.
You don't. You know, it's that's
Dolly.
The rumor.
So, somebody asked what we're watching. We're watching Cluminati and her boyfriend, her husband, fiance. They are at the retention pond where the dogs led when they were searching for Sebastian, the dogs led them down to this retention pond. And I wanted to show you guys where it was at, because she has like the best video of it, where it kind of shows what it looks like driving through the neighborhood and what it looks like when you get there, like what you're looking at. And she shows the retention pond to the right. I mean, I know she's talking to Dolly now, and I know it's pointed over there for right now, like at the apartments or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But they were basically, well, here's where she was when there's the retention pond right there.
He's found.
Shut up.
So with it being right there like that, this is Gray Hughes, and he actually has it set up to where...
Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Today's video is a combination of two videos that I put out before that a lot of people didn't see for some reason or another. The videos regarding Sebastian Rogers and where the scent dog scented, the trail that it took, given to me by Chris Proudfoot, and also the surveillance footage and what those lights were that a reporter claimed were flashlights and people moving around, etc. It turns out it wasn't people moving around at all. It was actually a garbage truck. So here are those videos right now. A reporter named Nick Barris put out some surveillance footage in the Sebastian Rogers case. Seems like a couple months ago now. And
everybody remembers the lights. Where they seen the lights, they couldn't figure out what they were. The officer said he wasn't going to comment on it because it was still open and an active investigation. So they kind of went through this and figured out that it was really nothing. Here's the police officer reporting on it.
He says the parents continue to fully cooperate.
Any evidence of foul play?
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
I asked about exclusive home security video obtained from the neighborhood the night Sebastian disappeared. You can see two suspicious light sources, which we've circled here in an area behind the teen's home. Since we first aired the video last month.
And you know what's amazing is when you look at this video right here, see this little overlay right here? A YouTuber out there literally claimed that this was it, that this is the light right over the top of this. And this image right here in the background of this, whoever gave her this image, used this exact background image because you can see where the lights are down here. This all matches up with this. It's an absolute joke. Okay. Then the next day, they actually got some footage from the actual camera, and they didn't know what to do with it. I mean, it was absolutely shocking. However, they should have realized that when they had the video from the surveillance, that it should have absolutely debunked the video that they put out the day before. But of course, they leave that one up because it's getting good views. It's insane, you guys. So this right here, these dots right here are not flying in the air. There's no blimp.
So Gray Hughes basically he debunks the bullshit going on with these lights. So once that's debunked, he goes over and follows the trail to the retention pond.
Because the investigation remains ongoing.
And so it could play a role down the road depending on developments?
We don't know what we don't know. So yes, it could play a role.
Well, as we just heard from one of the investigators right there, that there's no evidentiary value. Now, when I spoke to Chris Proudfoot, he explained to me exactly what is on the video. All right. So let's go down to the location. This is Sebastian Rogers' home.
All right. So please pay attention to this because Gray Hughes does like a rundown, and then I'll put Cluminati's video back on where it shows the actual pond, the retention pond. So here's Sebastian's home right here where they start. And then I want you to watch where he goes. And then I will show you where Cluminati takes us to the retention pond.
The Proudfoot's home right here. And he explained to me that the shot is from a surveillance camera right here on this building. We spent like 20 minutes. I kept sending him pictures of a map. And he would say, yeah, this one right over here. See that right there? And he would describe everything perfectly for me. So we were able to get it done. And it's unfortunate that other YouTubers didn't take the opportunity to talk to Chris Proudfoot in a way without sort of trying to dig in and see if they can find something in there to be accusatory towards it. So there's the camera right here. Can you see that? It's filming down, and there's one car that is facing the garage, and then some other cars that are parallel to the house, and a boat, and then this black truck right here. And if you look at the still frame from the actual video itself, see, here's those two lights up here, and here's the fixed light over there. You can see there's a car right here facing the garage, and then other cars backed up like that, and that might even be a boat back there, a pickup truck, and another pickup truck. And if you go to Street View again, you can see that that's what happens here. And apparently there's a fixed light on this house over here. He was saying maybe it's that one, perhaps there's another one up here, you know, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the light there that's also the fixed light. So don't really know exactly which one it is, but it's on this house. The two lights that you're seeing are up here on a house. Now let's go up in the air on Street View. And it's right here, the house with a square swimming pool. So there's two lights probably in the front here that you can see. And Sebastian Rogers' home is over here. Now there's that one movement that looks like it's going like this across the screen in the video. So if you go up here, there is a road up here. And apparently it was a garbage truck that drove down the road. And then right here, it has to turn around. So that's why the light went back in the video. Remember how everybody was like, wow, why did the light go back? That's weird. That's because it's a garbage truck. It came right here, turned around, and drove back. And it comes into the background over here. So if you go down to Street View, way down here, you can kind of see how this plays out. So here's where the camera is. You're right here, and it's kind of filming like this. It's a wide angle lens, so it picks up more information. So there's a light over here. There are the two lights up in there, and then the pickup truck is driving up there. So you got to realize that you have to go down to, you know, low on the ground so you can see that it would be coming in like this, and it looked like it went right back towards the home there. But there's trees in there, so it looks like it goes on and off intermittently. Let's take a look at the Street View from 2007. So again, there's no surveillance camera there at that time, but they were still using the area for parking a boat and, you know, cars on the grass and everything. But if you go up here, you can see this is the house. There was no trees in the area at that time because it was a new neighborhood. So on this home right here are those two lights, and then behind there, there's a road back there. But you can see if you go down here that that road is basically parallel with the level of the house, you know, because the highest it could be would be up in the trees over here, but it's not. It's right back up in there. There's a road. And so that light you could see coming on and off. And again, this was in February where there's no leaves on the trees. So you would be able to see through the branches and trees. And if it's really, you know, not a lot of branches, it would look like a continuous light because of the distance. And then sometimes it would go on and off because of a structure or a, you know, thicker tree, for example. But so that way back up in here is where the dead end is. It kept driving like this. Here's the two lights. And then again, you'd have to go down to this area. It's hard to mimic exactly because you have to be right underneath here and then looking in that direction. But he explained it to me. It absolutely made sense. Leave me a comment in the comment section what you think. I have no doubt that he's telling you the truth. That's why there's no evidentiary value, because it's a garbage truck. Now, they don't know what they don't know, and so they're making that comment because at that time, perhaps that garbage truck is related to something, you know, but likely not at all. So it'd be right here, the surveillance shot, the two lights right there.
All right, so we know the lights ain't shit. We know that. Back to this, though, with the retention pond. So anyhow, that's what I'm worried about. is him showing you the route to the retention pond where she goes. Now the construction site, and in this 911 call we played yesterday, it said that they seen him pop out of the woods. Someone's seen him pop out of the woods.
That, and parent walked over here, and there's a retention pond right here now. And apparently that's where here on put that in here as well. So he said,
all right,
that,
here we go.
Out the front door, it scented Sebastian, and then the dog scented around the house like this, and then back over here where it came out. The dog came out on, I think it's called Kellen Lane. So it kind of came right in front of that same house that had the fixed light on it. And then he apparently walked this direction, and then right up here on Devon Court took a right, and then went down this Parkenham Drive. Now the thing is all this is way more developed at this point, because this was a year ago, 4/14/2023, and I think you could actually walk straight through like that. And apparently walked over here, and there's a retention pond right here now. And apparently that's where the tracking stopped, and I guess it's not really that deep, that retention pond. So maybe he walked through it and the dog's lost his scent and he went somewhere else. Maybe he went up this direction. We don't really know, but law enforcement is apparently going to, in the fall, when the leaves are off, are going to do another, deep dive search in the area, because at this point, the foliage is getting way too thick. Kind of reminds you of the Delphi case. The bridge area looks totally different. Also in the Summer Wells case, very similar. They had to do a search in the fall because the foliage.
So they drained it, and then they were going to do another search. Now, if we go back to Cluminati's here, this is where she's at the retention pond. This is the retention pond. Look at that. I don't see him walking through that, but I also don't see him going, you know what I'm saying? Just being in there. If they drain that and they looked, I don't think they'll, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. This is the retention pond though, right here. And she drives up to it. Let's see here. She actually takes Dolly up to it. So here's her driving up to it right now.
This one here's the one.
So that's the first retention pond. It's off to the right-hand side. Let me go back just a little bit. Okay, here it is. So this is her driving through the neighborhood to get to the retention pond. So it's a nice neighborhood. But I still have a hard time with
put it out, show them.
This one here's the one.
Yep.
You think they drained?
Look at the grate.
Oh yeah, you're right. Got the pipe.
And yeah, she said, look at the grate. So she's seen it.
I thought so too, but I was watching the news last night and it showed them some guy sitting on this grate right here, and they had like a long hose in it, like a pump.
So that is the one they were draining then.
In Mount Juliet.
Now, see, this is where they were talking about somebody who was found, but it wasn't him. It was an adult, I believe. But on the news in that area, someone was found at this time. That's who they're speaking about, but it was not Sebastian.
In what?
But now there was a video I played yesterday with the timeline. There was a video that I played yesterday that had the timeline from the call, from the very minute the call came in. Give me 1 second and I will pull it up. We played it yesterday. It's actually a very informative video. Whoever did that one, which I'm not sure if it's Danielle or Danielle Jessica, something like that. She actually made that video and she did a very, very good job on it. She actually has all of the information. Give me 1 second. I'm looking for it real quick to pull it up. She did a great job on this. She actually did a whole breakdown. Yeah, so it would have been Jessica Danielle, the first 11 hours. Okay, so it says the first 11 hours. Her name's Jessica Danielle. She, here, I'm gonna go grab her link too real fast so we can share it. So basically, let's see here. I don't know what the hell this is doing, but give me a second. It's playing games with me, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Now we got it working. Okay, so this says the first 11 hours. All right, y'all. This is a very informative video, and it's very, very good. But it says at 6:39, the call comes in. All right, 6:39 a.m. And pay close attention to what they say.
Hey, Missing 1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised that the new 15-year-old male is not in the bed. He is white male, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, like sweatpants. Female does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. The doors are locked at this time.
10-4 now.
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
Let's get there and see what's going on. Do our own search of the residence. We'll go from there. I'm in the area. Check one hold up. Just seeing it.
You can text me as this line and route to the missing juvenile. I took personal medical center ER, Southern Station ER, Southern Regional ER, and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile. You can see that the code red has them on at 7:45.
Next big track back up, going into the construction side over here, back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes.
I do have some footprints.
So then Chris tells us that they found some footprints. Y'all remember that? He said he couldn't really go into detail, but they found some footprints. Here's where they confirm that. I do have some footprints right here, 7:54 a.m. So, for those who said Chris was lying, no, he was not.
Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Next led me straight to the retaining pond. Behind he just into the water.
Have you seen any prints around it?
There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
Do we have a picture yet? That's simple. What was that heat signature at? Where the riprap is, where the trees are. 25 feet maybe out in the middle. Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person, we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone in the same area back there. Yeah, the north end of it, yeah. Down over here, go straight back. There's a person in the woods by that pond. There's the house on the other side of the tree line. Going back toward the beach or going on the back side. Yeah, on the backside, and he's not moving. He's just standing there by himself in the woods.
It's Hendersonville 517. I'm on the northeast corner in the cemetery across the tree line. Am I close?
No, the backside.
Mickey, if you can, do you have anybody there with you?
Stand by. Let me see if I can find it on my map. I got my drone grounded for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Target's over it.
1 of the 2. I'm in my truck. 2, there's 4 of us on foot coming across the yard, start directions. 19's on the screen.
Straight in. Keep it on. Go left. He's come back, he passed it. There's right there. Won't be there. Walk with you going. Into the woods. You should be about 15 foot from it.
What's the child's first name?
Should be all over it, whatever it is right there. The 2 people walking the woods. It's a mannequin. Sorry, guys. Look just like a person from the air. Here's another 66. What's the name of the child that we're looking for?
First name is Seth.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
First name is Seth. Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Nikki, how many drones do y'all have up? 1 at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get Sartopo up. I'll be back in the area momentarily.
29 Central on scene. Put 2 out here with me.
10-4, has anybody been there since the initial? There's a whole bunch of people here now. 4 in the morning. Can you help me listen to the radio on the north end until we wrap this up, please? Yes, sir. Brandon, you've got Hendersonville Mounted Patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if we can start from the beginning, from the original house, and set up a new plan up there. 10-4, that's what we're doing now, sir. Thank you.
1 all year, so neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure and search under cars and under things.
Who do you want to go with this other K9 search and rescue?
I just talked to the GC of the construction back here. He's going to start getting the word out to all his crews that are out here working.
Everybody, 94 to 1,000. So we can get a game plan and reconvene. Hey, Target, can you put a drone right over top of this trash can, this dumpster, if there's anything in it? 188. Van 184 is going to send you a picture. You send out a overhead for 1008 Stafford.
TRev was sent out at 0745 this morning.
2-4. We will send that in good. Can we retry that, please?
10-4, will do.
12 188.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you come to 1008, please? 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please. Start at the beginning of Kelly Lane 1000. We're going to work our way north of Kelly Lane. That's fine. I'll get these 2 houses right here, and we'll take the right side. The white Ford truck, that's the Hendersonville officer's house that's with me. No, that house hasn't been checked. The next house up from is a see the white Ford in the driveway. We log a neighborhood Facebook page. Post was made 1023 check. No motion on camera.
Unit on Stafford. There's an additional caller call in that was in.
Now, see, there's another, they have like the times in order of what happened. They also said that he had actually done this prior one time before and was found under the neighbor's vehicle.
Stating she saw someone that made the description on Hogan's Branch, male with sandy blonde hair, with a bag wrapped around his head. Chelsea stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
30 command. 139 World End has a camera, but nobody's answering the door. He had some ties at White House High School, and every time he got in trouble, he wanted to go back to White House, so I notified White House PD, and we're notifying this, sir.
10-4. 10-4, that was the camera, is correct?
It's 10-4. Nobody's answering, nobody's home. In reference to that address,
Please run a registration check on Tennessee tag. Tennessee.
Access Factory 2012 BMW 750 black and color. Registered. Have that address. Confirmed NSR.
Correct. When you can't see it, you can find any information. I'm sure we can look up on a phone number or something. We would appreciate it.
Command the units that are at staff report. When you check a residence, please give me the numeric and unit numbers that have checked it and whether or not you made contact with anybody.
Made contact with 1000 Killing Lane. He checked all of his cameras. Nothing was on. No answer at 102 or 103 Killing Lane. 105 answer, hasn't seen it. Nothing on the ring doorbell.
10-4, you're saying 102, is it 1002?
1002, I'm sorry.
Did you ask if he had a light purple hoodie?
I don't know if the parents will know, but just find out if he owns a light purple hoodie with Homer Simpson on it.
Can I ask?
Mom doesn't involve this call.
Yeah.
They were at Dragon Square last night, just bowling at them. Do you have a unit go there to make sure that he hasn't returned there?
1015 have ring cameras, but didn't pick up anything.
517 Hendersonville is with me. 1000 contact, haven't seen anything either, nothing on the ring doorbell.
So they have checked all the ring cameras, the ring doorbells, any footage that they could find, any cameras they could find. Hey, Blunt B, what's up, man? How you doing? Thank you for gifting 5 memberships, bub. I appreciate that. Where you been hiding at, man? It's good to see you. Let's see. Off the record said thank you so much for the membership, man. I appreciate that. That was sweet of you, man. I appreciate that. All right, here we go.
1012 Killing Lane through 20. 1012 go through that hour. The lady at 1032 Killing runs the neighborhood Facebook page, and she's updating it to request people to look in their crawl spaces and hidden areas. Hey, on at 1007 Killing Lane, did y'all happen to check the crawl space? I will have to check my list, but if it wasn't locked from the outside, it was checked.
1018 Stafford. They are reviewing their camera footage right now.
I need some contact and the cameras checked. No, that's fine.
184, your low volume. I got cameras checked.
It was 1018.
And I'll be out at St. John Missionary, 1085.
Resident at 1028 Keller Lane states that he just saw a kid with a black shirt, black shorts, had a phone in his hand coming across the construction. When he made contact with this gentleman, the subject went straight back to the woods at the top of Keller Lane. I just talked to him. He's one helping. Thank you. 12 units. When you're done with your assignment, please come back to 1008 Stafford.
1023, 24, 18, and 16 Stafford. Ring cameras. Nothing's been called. Operations have started at Willow Bend Drive, St. John Baptist is clear all the way along. And the dumpsters and both church buses have been cleared also. They're making room.
10-4, are you going back to Stafford?
Still on search, but general area.
1026, Killing Lane, no contact. 1028, made contact, nothing on their cameras. And 1030, contact, nothing on their cameras, and nothing in the treehouse behind the house.
10-4.
Yes, man. All houses on Killing Lane have been checked. And Brad, those woods on that side of Long Hollow, we've been unable to fly to due to the distance with the drones. So those big woods that's south of the house, we haven't been able to shut off. All properties on Vandy Wood Court have been checked. We're starting on Honeysuckle now. Yeah, that's 3293 Long Hollow Pike. Beyond the creek,
and checking that cave behind the house.
I'm almost back to the house. Meet my partner.
I crawled back into the cave as far as I could go before it got muddy. No footprints, and it's collapsed only in about 10 feet.
10-4, but you're out of it, correct?
Sounds like Trooper Grinder has.
So it's now 11:07, and they called in at 6:30, right? So they're like 4 hours into this search. We're now like 96 days in or something like that, 94 or something along them lines. So, of course, this was 3 months ago, but this was 3 months ago, you know, on the day that this happened. And I mean, for one, I can't imagine going through this. I don't know if you've ever lost your kid for even 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? You turn around, your kid's gone. Your fucking heart drops into your ass and you don't even know. You can't even fucking think straight because you're like, holy fuck, where's my kid? Toddlers are fast. Kids are fast. But I'll tell you what, teenage boys are fast as hell. Sharon, thank you so much, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you. Sharon gifted 5 memberships. So if y'all get one, make sure you tell her thank you. That's really sweet of you. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you supporting the hive. So anyways, I'm trying to keep this about Sebastian at first and when he went missing and take it back to day one and go through some of these interviews and try to go back and, you know, follow from day one out. Yes, KDK, one of the absolute worst feelings in the world.
Himself and a few troopers, they're going to hit the roads outside of our immediate vicinity and just look for him walking down the roadway somewhere.
3301 Long Hollow Pike has been cleared. It's a stone house. Several outbuildings have been cleared. They're unlocked if anyone else wants to look.
I just sent you the endangered poster. If you can put that on our social media, please. 12 to 188.
Please.
Did y'all check inside each one of those buses behind TW Hunter?
10-4, so we check them all.
Okay, well, we're about the 3 closest to the building. We got transferred to respond to the area of National Pike and Carrion Road. There's a juvenile in that area wearing black pants and a red t-shirt, shaking back and forth like he had autism. It was just reported to us. Outside of Long Hollow from Killen Lane to Center Point has been checked. Can you check the field houses that are up on top of the hill by the practice field back behind TW Hunter? I don't see that anybody has tracked through there on foot.
10-4. The barn and my starting location's clear. Residents in barn at 3221 Long Hollow Pike is clear. And from my starting location to Shackle Island, I've walked the entire creek bed and it appears clear.
Myself and 182 have been behind TW Hunter, all the way behind Beach football field and baseball field, up in the fields, checking through lines all the way to the cemetery behind Beach Road Presbyterian. We're still here so far, cleared. Myself and 182, we've not made ourselves around to the front of the schools inside the school yet. We're still in the back.
Very well, we get on Long Hollow Pike.
3 is.
Go ahead, 3.
The bus and the shed have been checked at 3220.
10-4.
Thank you. You and your partner stop at Willow Bend and go house to house up Willow Bend. Check all those, please. See what people have driven through. If it doesn't look like they go house to house. Yeah, well, every house on Honeysuckle has been checked. People that answer the door have only seen the parishman this morning, nothing else. The White House and Red Barn adjacent to TW Hunter, 2105 New Hope is clear. 3417 THP has joined in with myself and 517 on Willow Bend to check houses.
10-4.
The big holding pond has been cleared by Hendersonville Fire. They're going to rehab at Shackle Island for a bit, then go to the one over by the cemetery.
10-4.
Field houses behind Beach soccer field's been searched. We're going to head over to the side field house across the street from the fire hall.
106,
108, 110, 112, Willowbrook, all check, no contact with any homeowners, and none of these houses have crawl spaces.
Beach football complex. Were y'all still searching that area? Yes, sir.
Made contact with a realtor at 114. Hasn't seen him, and all the rooms have been cleared. 116 made contact with that homeowner. He said he has seen that child walking in the neighborhood in past times, but not recently.
The main field house next to the freshman annex has been completely searched. All clear. It's got beach softball, beach football. It's the one next to the beachgoing church between it and the freshman annex. It's the main football complex.
Me and Marshall was back here in the back of the cemetery back here.
No contact with anyone, and his truck is not here either. So I think the lady's here trying to get in her driveway in her cars, and is the key there by chance?
It is, but it's locked.
Okay. Well, she's trying to get in the driveway. We haven't had a process.
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
You know, dude, man, we just put another canine on the ground at the house. See if we fix anything. We are breaking off fuel gallons for fuel.
Refuel.
The creek worsens to New Shackle Long Hollow and the bridge there have all been checked. What's your location?
Allison by 109 in Thornton's right now. I just got a phone call. Kid matching that description, hiding under the bridge, lower station camp behind the market. I'll be en route. I'm close. If we can get somebody else on the other side of their nursery to come down, she stated that he could be on that side. 446, what was the last thing that? Just under the bridge. She stated that when she went down to turn around, he was gone. 446. Did you talk to the client? She's still on the bridge. Sure. White female, black leggings, I believe. Blonde hair. 447, 446. You see any tracks that way? I'm taking Creek Clover. See any track. 446 to 447. Hold your location, please. I'm on foot now.
10-4. I know they've got the dog up there.
The helicopter's coming back to you. 158 Upper Station.
The resident says the ETA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you.
There's somebody in black. Yeah.
There's a deputy at 158. I saw somebody in black on the tree line. I don't know if it's one of our guys.
Yeah, there's two law enforcement guys walking back here along the tree line. Let's go through there.
12 to 24. How long have they lived in that house? A year.
Where were we at before?
Cambridge Farms, yeah. 449 Remington in Cambridge Farms. White male, gray t-shirt, white pants. They didn't get to see his face, kind of shaggy blonde hair.
We'll be out at lower station, Scarlet, and big station with the white male juvenile with four-wheeler in the creek.
Who checked out with the juvenile on station camp?
This is not going to be our missing juvenile. He's with his father in the creek.
I made contact with the male, the caller, and him and the trail called about. It's not our subject.
So that was at 5:18. They searched for a straight, 12, 13 hours that first day. For legitimate tips regarding the disappearance or sighting of Sebastian Rogers, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Do not I repeat, do not call a hotline, a Google number, a TikTok, a TikToker, a YouTuber. None of the above, please. Please. If you have a legitimate tip, call it into TBI. One of the first interviews that Seth did after this happened, was with Justin on TikTok, it looks like. And we're going to pull this up real quick. So this is one of the very first interviews. It was done on April 3rd.
Other than probably just pure adrenaline at this point. So anyways, without further ado, let's bring him on and we'll start talking some questions. Hey, Seth, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we don't have to do the pleasantries on that. I know it's not going well for you. We're over a month of you not having any rest, right? Constant interviews, constant everything.
Constant something. I don't know what it is, but I don't wish it upon anybody.
No, what you're going through is a parent's absolute worst nightmare. Before we get started, I don't think you need any introduction, obviously, but
anyhow, so I wanted to go over a little bit of these. There's a few of them. I don't believe that this is the very first one, but this is one of the first ones to start. To start off, he's done several, and I mean several. But some of the stuff he says in this is pretty interesting. So we're gonna watch a little bit of it.
Before we get started on questions and things like that about Sebastian, who this is really about, is there anything that you want to say to the people before we start?
Thank you. Thank you, all those that are helping me find my son. Thank you for everybody who's showing up to search. Thank you, everybody who's putting out flyers, even where they live. Every little piece helps. I want my son's name and face plastered everywhere. And if somebody out there is watching this and you have my file, he's mine. I need you to just drop him off at an open gas station and tell him to go inside and tell him who he is. And tell him to call 911.
One of the questions I was going to ask you later, but let's go ahead and get this one out of the way because it goes with what you're saying. Other than what you just said, is there any other message that you would like to convey to anyone who might have information about Sebastian's whereabouts? Anything that you want to say to them at all outside of what you just said?
Show up. Email me. There are people on Facebook that for all these sites. Send it to them. You know, there's Miss Terry Lynn. She has a podcast. She wants people to send her tips. If you're local and you have a tip, come by where we gather before we go out to search. I live in Clarksville. You know, you'll find me. My truck's pretty easy to make.
No. Again, no. Do not call tips into Terry Lynn. Do not call tips into Seth. Do not call tips into a YouTuber. Do not call tips into a TikToker. Do not call tips into a fucking Google hotline or TRev or anyone else. Please call your tips into the police department or 1-800-TBI-FIND.
I mean, there are people, even if you want to call where I work, call, and they probably won't like this, but call Davidson County Sheriff's Department. Tell them that you have a tip. They'll get it to me. I'm pretty sure.
So now he's informing people to call his job. So he's wanting people to call where he used to work, right? Is that what? They probably won't like it too much, but call them. No, call the police department or call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Stop telling people to call everywhere but TBI. Fuck.
I've gotten a lot of support from Davidson County.
Yeah, I'm positive they would get it to you. And at the same time, you know, if it comes up and you guys need to get a tip to somebody, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to Pascal. You can reach out to anybody that has anything. For me, out of all the cases that we've talked about, this one really hits me hard because I am local. I live in Sumner County. It is very, very close to me. This is my community. Sebastian is my neighbor. And even though you're in Clarksville, you are too, although getting from here to Clarksville, there's not a straight shot. But, you know, this is... Do what?
I said that's because of 24.
Yeah, I know that's because of 24. They could make a thing, but they haven't. But that's a different discussion on a different day. Like a bypass. But this is my community. And so what I want to say is they're out there searching every day. This is, you know, a lot of volunteers, have come forward. They still need things, which we'll talk about more. But if you are local, if you are in the Nashville area, you can devote some time. Please, come out and search. Drop off supplies. Are they still doing the supplies over by Volunteer Drive?
No, we are at 127 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. It's over by the Rudder, which is a restaurant on the water.
Yeah, Rudder's in south part of Hendersonville, guys. Pretty easy to find. So if is that where that place we were searching that one day where I met you out there where the building was? Okay, so
Yes.
you go down, you go into the Rudder, and you just don't quite go that far. And anyways, putting a GPS, but they need supplies. What do you need at this point from supply standpoint? Obviously, water, food, snacks.
Water is great, but we need eyes. We need people. We need people. We need people to come together as a community. This is a 15-year-old child that doesn't deserve what has happened to him to have happened to him.
Yeah, I agree with you. And he's a special needs child, which makes it that much more. And so, yeah, if you guys are out, I know that I know that this live was posted in a lot of Sebastian Rogers groups and a lot of local Hendersonville groups. If you are local, please find some time to come out and search. It doesn't have to be a formal thing. You can come a little bit later. You can come a little bit earlier. They are, you can organize your own independent search. There are maps of where they've gone. If you do live in the area, and you have property, because with Hendersonville, as you know, Madison, Goodlettsville, Gallatin, there are some people that have pretty large plots of land. If you have one with anything on it, from water to, wells to caves to any places where he could hide or be stashed, please check. And like law enforcement said in the press conference yesterday, if you're afraid to go do it yourself, you don't want to do it by yourself, call them. They said that they will come out and help you search. So that being said, let's start here, because this is about Sebastian, right? We've had a lot of people ask a lot of things about Sebastian, but we don't know a lot about him. So if you don't mind, how would
Yeah, so, okay.
you describe him as a person, as your son? What are some of his passions, some of his interests?
Oh boy, loves video games. I think it's more like a close toss-up between animals and video games. When it comes to animals, he loves cats. Like, the boy just loves cats. He loves cats. I mean,
His mother said the same thing. So, yeah. I believe that he is a good-hearted child, and I believe that he did have a love for cats. Chris said the same thing. His mom said the same thing. So it would have been that easy for somebody to say, hey, my cat got out. My cat got loose. Can you help me find him? But then again, he said he loves video games. Video games, most kids do, but video games, you still have access to the internet. And we heard Seth say himself that he set up a Gmail address for him, like a Google address for him. So we know he was on the games.
like, if he sees a stray cat, he's apt to walk up. Why is it running from me? Well, son, it's a cat. Trying to explain that to him.
And at first, all I could think was, his mom said she heard a thud. What if he was looking out the window and seen a stray cat outside? And with his autism, he wasn't thinking about, it's the middle of the night. There could be potential issues. He's a child. He doesn't think like that. So all I could think was, what if he seen a stray cat outside, and he went outside to go check on this stray cat, and it ran. It took off running from him, and he ran after it. And it kept running, and he ran after it, and it ran down to the retention pond. All I could think was, what if he was chasing a cat? What if he was chasing an animal and got lost? What if he did see a stray cat and he went out to help it? Innocent enough, innocent as it is. I just keep thinking, what if? Well, and it might have been dark. What about a street light? There's street lights out. He could have seen it walk under a street light. I don't know. I really don't. It was just something that I was thinking about. I had my little Chihuahua. He loved cats. He was chasing a cat and got hit by a car. The All I could think was, what if he seen a cat and thought he was going to help it and didn't say anything to his mom because he didn't want to get in trouble, you know, because he obviously mom's not going to let him go out late to go help a cat or go, you know what I mean, to go check on a cat. So what if he just thought, okay, you know what, I'll step out the front door and I'll go see if I can help it or whatever. And the cat took off. What if he took off after the cat, not you realizing, you know, that it's late and there's, you know, not good things outside at that time of night.
And I mean, my son got bit in the face by a dog, and he had to have 7 stitches in his face. And he still isn't scared of dogs. I mean, he's not scared of anything. Except for, I guess, his stepfather.
That's fair. What are some of the memories, like your favorite memories that you have with him? What stands out to you as a dad? I know that you have a great relationship with your son. What are some of the things that you guys like to do together?
Well, I think one of the favorite things that he likes to do with me is road trips. Me personally, I'm not a fan of road trips because he were to drive. Okay, if he were to drive some, you know, that'd be great. But I can't even get him to sit behind the wheel in the vehicle stationary. But he likes to go on road trips with me. He likes it when I take him to go. I mean, he was born in Georgia. We moved to Kansas while his mother was at great mistakes, and then she got stationed in San Diego. And so we drove to San Diego, and then she would leave on a deployment or a half a deployment, a third of a deployment. And we would leave the house. We'd pack everything that we were going to need into the car, and we would drive. We'd go see family. He has been coast to coast probably 6 times. I mean, boy loves road trips. To me, they're educational because a road trip is never the same. You always can take a different route and see different things. And he loved it. He liked when Christmas came around or summer break. If I could get it off, road trip. We'd go down to Texas to see his grandma and his grandpa. You know, drive. There's multiple different ways to get there. Drive.
Yes, and that's what his mom said. His flashlight was missing, right? His flashlight was missing. Harmony, that's right. The flashlight was missing. So what if he grabbed the flashlight and said, you know what? I'm going to go see if I can get this cat. I don't know. Just makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder.
To Missouri and to Oklahoma, stop and see friends on the way. I think that's one of his favorite things to do with me is road trips. Because also at the end of road trips or in the middle of road trips, there's going to fish. When my mom and dad, his grandparents lived down in South Texas, we go down there and go fish in the Gulf of Mexico. Boy, love that. I mean, there was nothing like going on the boat to go fishing. You know, he got to see baby hammerhead sharks. One of the people caught one of those little 11-inch hammerhead shark, and he was like, "Dad, it's a shark." And I'm like, "It is. Can we keep it? No. Can we eat it? No, son. In order for it to be big enough to eat, it'd be big enough to eat you." You know, all the jellyfish and stuff that were in the water. I mean, he's inquisitive. He's always been inquisitive. He likes to ask the questions because he wants to know the answers. He wants to know more and more. And it's like, I'm a wealth of information, son. You want to know things? Ask me. You know, I like sharing my knowledge with him. He's my mini-me.
What did he have a favorite place that he liked to go when you guys road tripped?
He'd like to go see his mom and my mom and dad. I mean, he liked. They have. Yeah, he likes dogs, and they have dogs. They have a little Boston pit, and you know, they like him. He liked them. He was so heartbreaking when one of them passed on. But you know, he enjoyed it. He enjoyed seeing family. He enjoyed the trip. He enjoyed the experience of it, I believe.
Yeah, sure. You're wearing, I see, I'm wearing green, you can barely tell, but the shirt that you're wearing, can you show people that for a second? So this shirt right here for Sebastian, you can get a shirt similar to, I think it's one similar to what you have on. If you see what I have scrolling down here at the bottom, it's bonfire.com/Sebastian-Rogers. You can get one of those at the same time. I put Seth's Cash App up here. You can see it too. So if you want to donate to the cause to help with searches, look, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, This man has been out there every single day. He does not sleep. He does not eat. He is definitely not taking care of himself. And searches are expensive. He's not working right now because he's taking the time off to find his son. So if anybody has anything, if everybody between all the platforms that are streaming this right now went to that Cash App and donated just $1, it would make a tremendous difference for him. There was something that you said a little while ago, and you know that we talked about this beforehand, and I don't want to talk too much about your ex and his stepfather. I want to keep that to a bare minimum because this is about you, this is about Sebastian and about you, because you're the one that's out there every day doing things. But you had said a second ago that he was afraid of his stepdad. What has he conveyed to you or talked to you about that you're able to talk about why he was afraid of him?
When I found out afterwards, I mean, I found out after my son disappeared that he was scared of his stepfather. I mean, I've seen some of the podcasts where he has used the belt. I mean, if you think about the
So he says after he went missing, he found this out. So how the hell did you find this out after he went missing? What in the hell? That doesn't make any sense to me. It does not make any sense to me. And then you hear Justin pushing that Cash App.
I've been to the school, I've talked to the principal, I've talked to his teachers, I've talked to the SRO, and everybody is like, he's a wonderful kid. You know, he's always happy here. He always wants to make sure, as the SRO told me, he saw him every day. And the SRO was like, it was the same thing every day with him. He would stop the SRO and be like, how many tickets are you going to give the teacher today? You know, and
It's funny.
I like to think that he got that from me. I have a sense of humor.
You do have a sense of humor. Even through all this, you have a pretty damn good sense of humor, I think.
Well, there's been people that say that when my sense of humor is gone, the world's probably going to end. But, you know, yeah, he's got a sense of humor. And everybody at the school was like, they're wanting him to come back. It's not just me. I mean, he has touched the lives of a lot of people. He has brought joy, his smile. I mean, his behavior, his demeanor.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard. Take your time.
I believe he's alive out there.
Yeah, I know you. Sorry, go ahead.
Just needs to be found. He needs to know that there are people in here, and I wish he would have told me. I wish he would have told me what was going on, because I wouldn't have let him go back there.
He might have been afraid to tell you.
Do y'all hear these fucking dog whistles? I can't be the only fucking one right now. Wow, man. No wonder the Proudfoots are getting attacked like the fuck they are. Listen to the shit he's saying.
Because of what might have happened to him if he did. You know, this is a man. You know, well, I'm gonna table the comment I was about to make. Let me switch gears just a little bit, and I'm gonna ask you a question. And there's two reasons I'm asking you this question, and it's something that we've talked about. So, in a previous interview, not with you, it was asked what medications Sebastian was on. And I'm going to ask you that right now, not to be nosy, but so that people can know. And there's two parts to this question. What medications was he on? And what does it mean if he does not have them right now?
He was on some medication for impulse control, for ADHD. He wasn't on any.
So, hold on. He was on medication for impulse control. Impulse control could mean he did see a cat and he did up and just boom, walk outside and go to help this cat, not realizing that it was late at night. I mean, that's definitely something that's very good to know. ADHD and impulse control. Okay.
Anything for his autism. And he had two different types of medication they was taking. And I want to say they just switched it. But I want to say it was like Guafaced or something that he was taking. And then he was taking another medication as well. And I can't remember the name of that. And they just put him on Risperidone, or however you want to pronounce it. Try to get him to sleep at night. I didn't have a problem with him sleeping here. So I never really understood that. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but he just turned around and they removed his tonsils because he had obstructive sleep apnea. So they were trying to, they were trying to get him to quote unquote sleep. But I remember as an infant, my son, and a newborn infant sleeps like 18 hours a day. My son slept maybe 4 hours. He's always been one that does not sleep, that gets, there's just, medication doesn't always solve all the problems. Sometimes I think parents use medication against their kids because they just don't want to deal with it. I only worked part-time until my divorce because I spent most of my time taking care of Sebastian. He's not perfect. Nobody is. But that doesn't mean he's a horrible person. It doesn't mean he was a horrible child. Had him set with a routine. I could get him to take a shower, eat, take a shower, lay down in bed, and he'd fall asleep in about an hour at the most. And we're talking about at like 5, 6 years old. It was all about a routine. And there's as soon as she filed for a divorce, first thing she did was take him to get him medicated. Now, not only is the child going through a divorce, because the children suffer the most through a divorce, because at some point in time they're going to be asked to choose sides, and that is horrible to make a child choose between their mother and their father. I could never do that to my son. I was good with joint legal custody because I believe that a child needs both his mother and his father. When she started putting him on medication after medication, this isn't doing enough. This isn't doing what I'm wanting. He's not going to sleep. He's bouncing over. Well, take him out. Take him swimming. Take him to the park and let him play. He's a child. He's got to have a way to get rid of all this energy. You can't just, go to work and then come home and expect him to, do what you want him to do. He's got to have an outlet for this stuff. He's growing. And medication isn't always, it was just an uphill struggle.
So not only is it an uphill struggle, but he's a teenage boy. So, I mean, come on. And yeah, he's been throwing shade at Katie. Throwing mad shade. No sleep, impulse control, ADHD, and he's a 15-year-old boy. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'm sure Katie had her fucking hands full. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Y'all's Nana's not drunk. This is rich coming from the man that always let him play on the phone and the games and on the internet, huh? Why does he sound whispery and whiny? I don't know. Seems to be it's always poor Seth.
So with medication, I want to say this too, with what you're talking about. I get that. I am very ADHD, and a lot of the medications that they can put you on for that will really just make you an absolute zombie. Yeah. Personality, it kills who they are as a person until they're off of it, obviously. Now it was report. Oh, good. Sorry.
Look how happy he is with his snake.
And I'm putting the pictures up because I want people to be able to see what he looks like, because the more pictures, the better. So if you see him somewhere, you can recognize him. You get a lot of different ones. So, he's a cute kid. He seems like a sweet kid. And no kid is perfect, right? Like none of them are. But that's what you're there as a parent for, is to help them, get there and grow into that adult. I want to ask about the glasses. Well, a couple things. One of them I'm going to clarify for anybody who's watching now. Glasses were found during the search for him, and I think it's safe to say now that you were the one that found them. Correct?
It was one of my search teams. I wasn't the actual person to find him. It was one of my volunteer search groups.
Okay.
They,
if I understand correctly, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
And my understanding is those glasses were not his. Is that what they determined?
That's what everybody knew that off of the internet before I did. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did he? There was originally reported that he did not have his glasses. Do you know? Is that a true statement? Is he without them?
From my understanding, he has his glasses.
Okay. Okay.
That's why when they said they found a pair of glasses and they sent me a picture of them, I was like, that is too close for me to tell. Go ahead. And they told me that nobody was picking up the phone. And so I reached out. I wasn't able to get a hold of anybody, so I flagged down a deputy sheriff and kept him at the volunteer place. And I told them to bring it on. Told them put on gloves, take pictures around them, how they're laying, so on. Take pictures and put on a pair of gloves and bag them and bring them in. Do not touch them. Don't get any DNA transfer or anything like that. And they did. They brought them in so that we could have an exchange and we could have a chain of evidence.
There was something that you said earlier that you were talking about, and I kind of want to, you and I talked about this a little bit on the phone, and like I said, we don't want to talk too much about, your ex and that side of this. But there is something that I did want to bring up because information about you and your divorce with Katie was leaked. And some of the stuff has taken the internet to put a lot of accusations against you. And you and I have told the story, or told me the story of what happened. And I want you to kind of share what you're comfortable sharing, but what.
Yeah. So who wasn't answering the cops? I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know.
What I found that was kind of odd between the accusations that are being thrown out about you through your divorce is that those stories are oddly similar, very similar, in fact, to the stories told by Chris when he was basically bragging about the way he treated Sebastian, the way that Nina Gomez, her children were treated and she was treated. It's oddly like it almost mirrors it exactly. And so respectfully, what I'd like to ask you, is there anything regarding those accusations that you would want to address?
I mean, she filed for a divorce. She accused me of domestic violence against my son. Took several months. I ended up, when she filed for a divorce, me being the person I am, I was like, okay, we'll grab a legal pad and let's go ahead and do a divorce. We'll go ahead and split all the furniture and whatnot. What do you want? Obviously, things of that sort. And I was like, when it comes down to Sebastian, all I want is 50-50. He's my son. You're his mom. So, and when that part came up, she went and got an attorney. And the next thing I know, I'm being issued a restraining order for domestic violence and a move out order so that I would no longer have a place to stay as well. Initially I thought it was her that I was being accused of being violent against. She told them that I had an arsenal. They showed up with like 20 sheriffs in SWAT gear, armed with assault rifles, fully automatic in California. They walked up. I looked at the lady and I was like, you're coming in here. Who are y'all?
Oh, shut the fuck up. If you are doing something like that, they're going to come up there like that. As a corrections officer, you know that. And I'm sure they didn't just come up there guns a-blazing, ready to take you out. Come on now, man.
I'm here for it because I was outside with my son and he was playing with the neighbor's kid. And we're sitting there, drinking coffee, shooting the shit, watching our kids play when they rolled up. And when they rolled up, he looked at me. He was like, I wonder who they're here for this time. And I was like, one day they're going to be here for me because Katie's going to call them on me. And that was the time that they were there for me. They rolled up. The lady that was in charge, she told me that why I was here, why they were there. And I was like, okay. I looked at her and I was like, you don't remember me, do you? And the lady looked at me. She was like, no. And I was like, I'm the father of the autistic special needs child. And she was like, oh, I remember you. And turned around and told all the deputies there that they needed to stand down. I'd comply with whatever was asked. And they were like,
So you mean to tell me she just walked up and was like, you're like, you don't remember me? And she's like, nah. And you're like, oh, yeah, I'm the father of the autistic child. And she just was like, oh, okay, you're safe. Even though I'm here for abuse and physical abuse and an order of protection. And you're saying they come guns a-blazing. You and your fucking storytelling, man. Let me just say, you tell some big whoppers. All right? You tell some big fucking whoppers.
They stood down. There was no need for it, all that. You know, that time I was before she did this, I was an armed security officer, worked in military housing. And they're like, we hear you have firearms inside. I was like, yeah, I have my pistol that I use when I'm at work, and then I have the other pistol that is used for work, because work issues your own pistol. And then I had my own, and they're like, where are they? And I told them they were all.
So you had a pistol from work, and then you had one that you issued on your own. So when you were asking TRev to get you one, it was because you didn't want it to be registered back to you, right? Is that right? You didn't want it to come back to your name? Is that why we were asking? I'm just curious.
They're on my desk, and they were like, but you have a child. Why do you have them on your desk? I was like, they're on my desk. You can go get them. 30 minutes later, they asked me to come and point out where they were on my desk. And I walked in and I showed them the secret little pop so that they would drop down so you could actually get them. And they took those, and I still never got my firearms back. That's California. But that was it. So I was hit with this. I turned around. I was living in my car, trying to make ends meet, trying to make sure.
So you mean to tell me after all these years, you still never got your firearms back? You never turned in your firearm to work? Something about this story tells me you're lying.
I had money to feed myself, which was, yeah, it was kind of hard to actually get employment because I didn't.
And what does you living in the car and barely having money to eat have anything to fucking do with Sebastian missing now? This is when y'all split up. Lord, my God.
Residence or an address anymore. Dealing with the court issue.
Seth.
Finally turned around, and her attorney kept pushing and pushing, and the judge at one point in time just turned around and told both me and Katie that we needed to be adults and remember that we're parents for Sebastian, and told us to go in the hallway and do a parenting plan, and dismissed everything. CPS had done their investigation. Finally, CPS never contacted me. One day I went by there just out of the whim. It was the last day they were closing the case, and they informed me they've been trying to get a hold of me for the whole time. And I was like, well, my number hasn't changed in years, like 12. And they're like, well, nobody had your information. And I was like, well, his mother did. And she didn't even bother to give him that. They turned around and they were like, well, we can't find any evidence of any abuse. And so they submitted that to the court, and the court dismissed everything.
So one thing, hold on, let me try to get this better so we're even size. There we go. One thing that I want to say to the people with this is, oftentimes you want to make sure that you believe victims 98% of the time when they accuse somebody of something, but there are.
I know he's not going there. I know he is not going there, y'all. Happy life. How are you, baby? I sent you a message on Discord. He always manages to make the combo about himself every single time. Every single time. I don't know what the hell's going on, but he does this every time. And CPS just dismissed everything. They just threw it all out and said, you know what? It's okay. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Are situations where you can tell that things aren't truthful. I will tell you that I have talked to Seth at length about some of this stuff, and I truly, and I would say this even if he wasn't here, believe him. Because I think there's a couple reasons why. Is you can tell the way that he shares his story, and you can also tell in his actions, which is the fact that he is out there literally every single day. The other thing that I want to share with you guys from just a real quick personal note is that there are women like that who will use their children, fathers too, but there are women out there who will use their children as pawns, as control in a divorce situation. My mom was one of those. She had my dad arrested in front of me multiple times.
Well, fathers do it too, just so you know. And there's such things called parental alienation as well, and that happens a lot. That happens a lot more than you even think. And I mean, Laura just set up on, I believe, Dietz's panel and said how she, pulled some fuck shit in her divorce with the kids. So she knows exactly how it goes. People know. I mean, come on now.
By violating some, be truly do. And guys can be, there are some, before we kind of go on. So the first one is, so how is he with strangers? Do you think that he would just leave with one if one approached him?
Just no. I don't think he would leave with one because he's apprehensive. I mean, taught him to be aware of your surroundings is what I was teaching him. But I've also taught him that not everybody is your friend. And I had to do that. There was an incident.
Fast forward, what is this, from April? We're going into June. Fast forward 3 months. I bet you've learned a lot, huh, Seth? Being on this platform, panel hopping like you have been. Because this is the first one of many. This is like the first one on the list here of many. Let's see here. The next one was Nancy Grace. And that was the same day you did this one. Nancy Grace. Let's see here. So you've been on about 40 panels, or about 40 times you've been on panels. About 40 times. Holy shit. Good Lord. Girl, listen to this, girl. Look, I'm talking girls. Listen to this, y'all. I know there's mostly ladies in this chat. Man.
In California before Chris and Katie came back here. There was another CPS incident in California at her house. Katie and Chris let a child into their house that was 5 years older than my son. My son was 7 or 8 at the time, and this kid was 13. And she has a habit of not checking on her kid. I would never let some kid that's 5 years older than my son play with my son anyways. It's like, why do you want to play with my son? There's a 5-year difference. That's a pretty big difference. You're 13, and my son, you're a teenager. My son is not a teenager. He's still playing with Hot Wheels and Legos, and he's building things. He's playing video games, and you're a teenager. You go out and you have your own, age appropriate group that you play with, and they were letting this kid play with my son, and they weren't checking on him. And then this kid took my son's innocence, and he molested him.
So you take your time.
This right here is so fucking wrong.
And there was nothing I could do in California because the kid was 13.
Shit. God damn it.
But they let that happen. And they didn't bother to try to even get my son help until last year. Here, my son has just turned 15 in December. It means...
So for you to put this out here on the internet was fucking awful. It was disgusting. It was horrible. It was mean. It was cruel. It was awful. This interview was done on, let's see here, April 3rd. With Seth from, it says Justin from TikTok. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm just. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, Peggy, what's up?
I just got a quick question.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's your
Hi,
question,
everybody.
baby?
Seth just said that they didn't get help for Sebastian until this year with the essay.
Yep.
Somebody correct me if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't there an interview where he spoke to a psychiatrist on base that Chris and Katie had Sebastian going for that in California, and he told the woman she didn't know nothing, she couldn't treat his son? Am I mistaken about that? Because that would have
No.
been in California, not here. I could have swore that there was an interview where he said that he got in trouble, and I think they made him leave the base because of the confrontation he had with the psychiatrist.
Oh, wow.
So for him to say in one interview that happened there and then, and now try to say it happened this year, I'm confused now. And another question I have is, how come they keep moving with each other? He was in California when they were in California. He's here now with them here. Does anybody else find that odd?
Yeah, I think he was moving. So because with her being in the service, I think she had to, she was moving to where she had to go, and I think he just followed so that he could see his son and be in the same state as his son.
Even after the divorce.
I'm guessing so. That's kind of that's how I took it. I don't know if that's what he was doing or not. I have no idea, but I'm just guessing in my own opinion.
And didn't they say that Chris got him that job at
Yeah.
the correctional thing? And I have one more question, but hang on, I got a phone call. Hang on, I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay. Hey, Cheesy, how are you, baby?
Good, how are you?
Good. Up here going
Me.
through this interview with it's one of the first ones he did.
Yeah, Peggy is completely right. He did say in another interview that she got help for him at the base, and he complained that they weren't doing what he wanted them to do. He wanted a better psychologist or whatever, because she was just letting him play or draw or something.
Okay, here's Peggy again. Let's see here.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. When you got your call, you must have jumped off, but I figured you'd come back up. She said, Cheesy said you're right. That is true.
And what was and wasn't it in the first few interviews that they all did that Seth, oh my goodness, these names are getting confusing. Wasn't it Seth who said he spoke to Chris more than he spoke to Katie when it came to Sebastian?
I don't remember hearing that, but I did think that was the case.
Because it seemed like they were saying he and Chris had this thing where he didn't speak to Katie very much because, I guess he couldn't get along or communicate very well with her, so he would speak to Chris. So my thing is, if Sebastian had a problem with Chris, don't you think Seth would have picked up on that when he's talking to Chris? I'm just wondering. I mean, if I've got my son and I'm talking to somebody, I'm going to pick up at that. What's going on? What's up? You know? And if you're all talking and sat down and had this big conversation about Seth taking Sebastian this summer and keeping him full time like they've been, he would have been present. It would have been a face-to-face thing, and Sebastian would have been in the room somewhere. So, but it's not until it kind of plays his narrative to all of a sudden say, oh, Sebastian was so afraid of Chris. Or am I just crazy?
No, no.
I don't know. I try working this
dog whistles that he put out. Oh my, the things he was saying, I just no.
And like I said, I try to look at this because, like I said, I raised my son who's on the ASD, but he's more Asperger than autism, but it's similar. And I just, when I listen to him, I'm like, he was more, if I'm hearing correctly, he was more of a every other weekend kind of dad, the fun kind of dad, right? He wasn't getting him more than that, right?
No, he got him every other weekend that I'm aware of. He says 50-50, but that's not, he didn't have him 50-50.
So here's my question is, and it's been my question, obviously, I don't think he has very much connection with Sebastian, because I've also heard him in interviews say that when Sebastian came to his home, it was pretty much here's your game, here's your device. He gave him the Google account and he let him do his thing. And then it was time to take him home.
Yep, you got it.
Like, there's not much interaction, so what did you know even about your own son? Because these kids change every day, especially teenage boys. And like I said, I got very angry the other day when, what do you guys call him? Tony TikToker? I don't like him.
TikTok Tony. TikTok Crash Tony.
And he had the lady that spoke, he called her sister. She was the one that did the prayers at the first vigil, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is that Mickey or Nikki?
Something like that, I think so.
Okay.
And she attacked, it shouldn't be Seth we're at. It should be the woman who was supposed to watch her son, and he came out of her house. And I lost it. I think I went up on somebody else's panel and I said, I couldn't handle that. That almost broke me. And I said, when my son was 15, his father passed away here in our dining room. We had him in a hospital bed and everything. And he's a lot like Sebastian. Didn't like the dark. Didn't like to get dirt on. He had shoes. He doesn't like bugs, the whole 9 yards. 3 days after my husband passed away, I had heard a noise, and I thought, what in the world's he doing? So I got up. He's 15. I didn't get up and check on him all the time. Just like everybody's mad at Katie about, oh, she heard a bump, but she didn't go look. When they're 15, sometimes you just lay in bed and go, oh, unless I got to go to the bathroom, or he got a drink, he's going back to bed. Unless he comes and gets me, everything's okay. You don't just jump out of bed like when they're 2-3 years old. You know what I mean? But I found my son outside, and he was walking around barefoot, and he, and I had to guide him back to the porch. At first, I thought he was sleepwalking, and no, but because of what his brain was processing from losing his dad, his sensor issues weren't a problem at that point. He just, he just not got brave, but he just, everything stopped for a minute. So if my thing with Sebastian is maybe because he knew his dad was going to have him homeschooled instead of going to school so he could have friends, which is the one thing he wanted so bad, was to have friends. He could have been upset enough to just, I'm not going, and he left to go hide or go somewhere so he didn't have to go with his dad and not have friends.
Could be.
And all his censor issues could have just gone out the window that brief moment of saying, I don't want to do this, and how do I make them know I don't want to do this? And instead of talking like most teenagers will come up and talk to you, our kids don't do that.
Right.
I mean, my son suffered. He had I don't know how to say it now. Basically, his hip joint dissolved because he wasn't getting any blood flow in there, and not once did he ever complain to me or say it hurt or anything. And when we had the final X-ray done, and there was this blank spot where his ball joint should have been, yeah, I cried for days because I'm like, why didn't you say anything? It had to have hurt. No, it's okay, Mom. They don't. They don't come to you and say, I'm hurting, I'm sad, I'm mad. I mean, sometimes they'll flare up with something, but in a general whole, it's not a conversation thing like you do with, and I hate this term, but normal kids. But I was just a little confused because I'm sitting here hearing this. I'm going, wait a minute, something's not right with his story. So I just think that he's using this for grifting. Feel sorry for me. Poor me.
Plus, maybe when she got him on the medicine, maybe that got things better too.
Well, I don't know what he was taking. And I know for my son, the only medicine he has for his Asperger's is they put him on Risperidone for his anxiety.
And that sounded like what he said it was.
Yeah, and all that does is, how do I want to put it? It just quiets his anxiety. When he was in school, he took Concerta at first, but he started losing weight, so they put him on a medicine called Focalin. And all that does is would kind of keep the squirrel moments away because he didn't have he had ADD. So every once in a while he'd have those squirrel moments, and Focalin would keep him focused. And he could tell when it was wearing off because they ended up giving him like a 5 milligram dose to take after lunch at school. And that would get him till he came home. But once he graduated, that medicine stopped because the doctor didn't think he needed it anymore because, now he's out in the real world and I wish he was back on it. I love him, but yeah, he needs a little... So I don't know what he was on, but I do know Chris and Katie said that he had like a personal space issue, that they had a couple of problems with him at school because of personal space. And my son went through that when he was younger, and I taught my grandchildren to put their arms out and say, this is my personal space, Uncle, don't come in it. And he'd go, okay, and he learned, okay, I can't go any closer than this unless they want a hug or, But it sounded like Sebastian had that kind of boundary issue.
Yeah, but a lot of little boys have that boundary issue. I have a nephew that had boundary issues too. He always wanted to give everybody a hug or whatever. He didn't have any issues upstairs or anything. He just was a loving little boy that, because we're huggy people in my family. We always hug, and the kids always run up to me, oh, Auntie, and give me hugs, And he just, when he loved somebody, he just wanted to hug them when he was little, and the teacher was like, can't have. It was right around the time where the teachers were getting kind of weirded out by it and stuff. They couldn't touch kids or whatever, so the teacher was like, hey, he can't be hugging me, blah, 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 and they were actually going to punish him for it. And it's like, come on, he's a little boy that just wants to hug you, But anyways, some little boys are just huggy, or, touchy, whatever. But
well, that's what I thought too. But because, like I said, I didn't get my son's Asperger diagnosis till he was 12. And let me tell you something, it is really hard. And I'm sure there's somebody in the chat that's going to be able to back me up. When you get a late diagnosis like that, there are no places to turn to because they're all for infants and toddlers. And I asked several people when I was looking for help to know what to do for my son. And I would say, well, isn't there somebody? Don't you guys have somebody? And they're like, no. I said, well, what happens when a child like mine falls through the crack? We just thought he was a wild card. He was kind of goofy. He didn't like loud noises. And I just, treated him like a kid. He'll outgrow it. It's okay. We'll get him through it. And then we had to have him tested because the school started saying, there's something here. We need to have him tested. I'm like, okay. And we found the ADD, and then the ADD led to the Asperger's, which explains why he still can't tie his shoes. But I told him that's okay. They have slip-on and Velcro. We're good. And heck, Einstein couldn't tie his shoes, so there's that. But again, I just like I said, when I listen to Seth, I just get the vibe of it. You were a part-time dad. You didn't really invest too much time with him, and I'm a little concerned. What would happen when he had him full-time?
Yeah,
I don't.
Seems like after the divorce, yeah, he didn't have him as much as Katie did.
No, he took him on every other weekend or whatever, and it's rough, because I'm listening to this dad that should know more, and I also know, isn't he also the only parent that didn't get 2 devices back yet from Ellie? And he's mad because he wants those in Sebastian's room when he comes home.
Yeah. Well, when Sebastian comes home, you'll probably get the electronics back.
Well, Ellie, you'll return them then, I guess.
But you notice Chris and Katie got their stuff back, they said. So.
Well, that's kind of why I was asking, because they got everything back. Everything they had, they turned in. They gave it back. He's the only one that didn't get 2 items returned, and he's upset about that. Which makes me wonder, why didn't you get those devices back? But then again, he was the one that I think, personally, in my opinion, that he let that kid on the internet, where Chris and Katie were smart and kept him off of social media. And I think as long as it entertained him, Seth was like, okay, go ahead, kid, go ahead. Yeah, here, I'll set it up for you. But
well, somebody said, how did they not know until he was 14 years old that he had problems? Somebody dropped the ball. And sometimes when you think that your kid has issues, sometimes the doctors don't believe it, or they, didn't you just say it was hard to get a diagnosis for your?
Yeah, my son was 12, and we did the whole ADD ADH test with the school, and you have to do your little thing at home. Then you take it to your doctor, and they read and add everything up. And then we sent him to, there's a juvenile behavioral center that we took him to get the Asperger's test done. And like I said, he was 12. So I could see it, because when I took that test back to his pediatrician, she stood in the doorway and cried with me. She's like, how did I miss this? Oh my God, how could I have not seen this? Why didn't I know? And I'm like, it's okay. I mean, we just thought he was a quirky kid, and you must have too. He was polite. He was articulate. We had no reason to question until it became a question mark. Why does he do this? Or why can't he do that? Or why, so that's what led to the testing. But and like I said, she stood there. She made him her last patient for the day. And then, like I said, we stood and hugged each other in the doorway crying, because she said, I couldn't believe I missed this. I can't believe I didn't see it. And then she was great after that. Like I said, she got him on the medication he needed. She got him to a really good neurologist who got him on the Risperidone. So, I mean, from there on, everything was good. But yeah, the first 12 years, we just, and I sometimes think that most of our kids sometimes get over-labeled.
Yeah, sometimes doctors are too quick to give medicine too, and And I had a nephew who was just a little boy, just another nephew. I have tons of nephews, by the way. and nieces.
Oh yeah, I was going to
Um,
sound the right family.
I always have stories about nephews and nieces because I got a ton. But anyways, I do have another nephew who, when he was little, and I'm from I was born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s, and back then, there was not all this thing about mental health and everything. You just dealt with stuff, right?
Mhm.
Anyway, not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what
No.
generation I'm from.
Yeah,
And
no.
my nephew, he was just a little boy, just rambunctious. I mean, he was a true little boy. And his other three brothers are the same way. And they were trying so hard at the school because it was right about the time when Ritalin was becoming a big thing in the school, in the kids.
Mhm,
And they
mhm.
were trying so hard to get my sister-in-law and brother to put him on Ritalin. And they were fighting it. No, he doesn't need Ritalin. He's just a little boy. And he was fine. He grew up to be a great kid, great guy,
Yeah.
Still to this day he's good. He was just a rambunctious little boy. But
Mhm.
then I have another nephew who did need some medicine. My great nephew. One of his brother's sons. He did need medicine, and ever since he was a rambunctious boy, but they took him to the doctor, and they said, okay, well, we'll try it. And so once they got his meds right, he's on the honor roll and everything. I mean, he's like almost a genius.
Yep.
He's yeah, and we didn't know he was that smart because he couldn't focus. But now that he's on that meds, he focuses, and like I said, he's been on it for quite a few years now, and he's going into high school next year. And they've even
And
talked about skipping grades. So
yeah, and that's what happened with my son. Once we got the ADD, which we got first, right away the medication came up. And I'm like, I don't want to. I've seen people on Ritalin, and I've seen them on what's the other one, Adderall. I'm like, nope, not going to happen. So my doctor said, what if I could give him a medication that I can guarantee you won't do that? And I'm like, you're going to have to convince me. So she took me by my hand and led me to the lounge, and her son was in there doing homework, and I'd seen him before. And she introduced me to him. He stood up, shook my hand, and we went back to the room. She says, this is what my son takes. And I'm like, what? She goes, I give this to my son. He's on this. I put him on that. He was never doped up. He was never, but he could focus, and that's what he needed. And yes, he was AB honor roll all the way from middle school through high school. He graduated with AB honor roll. And they thought he was going to have to get a special diploma. My son got a diploma. He can go to college.
Nice.
Hey, thank you. But he did work. Thank you. I told him if he got anything less than the C, I'd be mad at him. And he set the goals. He wanted the A's and the B's. He set those goals, not me. I told him, I said, if you get a C, that means you like all the other kids. And I'm not mad. But if you go below a C, I'm going to be mad because you're not trying at all. Well, he said, I'll show you. And he got A's and B's. Yeah. And he got into our OTC, and I think that really helped him stay focused and centered. I love that program. If you've got a kid and you want him to do something, get him in that program. I'm telling you. It worked really good. Especially after he lost his dad. It gave him some, I don't know what to call it. Centered him? I don't want to say discipline, but he was centered. He had a focus. He could see a better way of life through that program. So, yeah, I think
kind of guided him.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good.
I just saw somebody ask me something, and I think I missed it.
A lot of people in the chat have been saying you're a warrior, and they gave you virtual hugs. Happy Life gave you a virtual hug. And
I'm just a mom with a goofy boy.
Right. We do what we do. We do what we have to do. But yeah.
Me, I used to say, and I would say this to my son, because we didn't tell him until he was almost through middle school that he had Asperger's. We kept that to ourselves. And just before he was leaving middle school, go to high school, he approached me. He said, okay, Mom, what do I got? I said, what are you talking about? He goes, I know I got something. Well, of course, he had his IEP, and he had his case manager. And I finally looked at my husband, and he looked at me, and I said, oh, well, And he knew he had to work harder than the other kids. I mean, there were many times he would say, why do I have to work harder than the other kids to get this stuff? And we got him a tutor, and she was a teacher, and she worked with him right up to the 11th grade, I think. So, yeah. Again, by him not being told, oh, well, you have this, I didn't want to give him that crutch to say, well, I can't do it because I have this. No. You don't get a crutch. You just keep going. And then once we did tell him, because he asked, and we're not going to lie to him. I mean, we did keep it from him, but we weren't going to lie to him. I said to him, but I don't want to hear you say I can't because, or I don't have to do that because. I said, because it's not going to fly, not in this house. I said, you've already proven you can. And he didn't. He's never used it. And I think somebody asked me, I think I remember now what I think I saw was something about why I can't get him back on the medication. Because now he sees an adult doctor.
Mister, you're up here with us.
Hey, I dropped a link as the people. I read up on this chromosome deletion. The head thing that Sebastian had comes with that chromosome deletion from birth. There are so many things that everybody keeps forgetting other than the autistic side of him that was allegedly just diagnosed. All of that in that link that I dropped for Queen in the back chat. There are so many more things, thank God Sebastian probably didn't have nearly as much. But if you notice in one of the pictures, he's wearing a brace, a chest brace, because of the chromosome deletion. The head thing, nobody's supposed to hit his damn head, but yet Seth, on paperwork by the principal, stated that his own father hit him in the head while they were in a, I guess, principal teacher, or principal child parent conference.
Meeting. I did hear that.
It's more than just being diagnosed with autism or hyperactivity. I can relate to that because I was in and out of children's hospitals because of my birth defect. I still have to take certain meds to keep it, you might say, under control, straight in the brain. That's what autistic meds do. They keep you straight in the brain. So they say,
Well, they keep you focused. I don't know about straight in the brain.
They're supposed to. They're supposed to. Now, today's doctors, adult doctor, for adult, don't always get you there to change out your meds or see if as you make an appointment, hey, is this working for you? They don't do that. I am struggling with that, and I'm almost 60. And I was diagnosed at a year and a half of finding out of no.
That's what I was just saying. My son went to the doctor and got this medicine back, and he told him, well, I'll have to send you to a psychiatrist. Well, my son won't go. He hears the word psychiatrist, and he freezes. He won't go. And I'm like, look, his pediatrician gave it to him. Why can't you give it to him? I mean, if a pediatrician can prescribe it, why can't you as an adult doctor prescribe it? That makes no sense to me.
Well, I think for documentation-wise, to have a psychologist or a psychiatrist, there's all kinds of ways that you can have, another doctor come in and with your regular doctor, because that's how I found out that I had what they call, again, back to finally diagnosed major depressive disorder. I've been begging for someone to figure out what the hell's going on with me. Okay.
I pray you find a doctor that'll listen.
Yeah, but it took me, because of my birth defect, being born without a thyroid gland. Everybody, back when I was a kid and born in the 60s in Tacoma, Washington, they called it cretinism. I looked like a Downs kid.
Right.
If not for the thyroid meds, I would look, I would show
Right.
with Down's child. And I have a Down's child. She has what they call trisomy 21. Hers is not a deletion, but an extra leg on her 21st chromosome.
Yeah, see, my son
No.
had they told me after he was born that he had a third chromosome. But even his pediatrician, I would say, what does that mean? And she never told me what it meant. They just kind of went, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right.
No,
And I'm like, well, he's got a he's got an extra chromosome. I don't, so, but I just want to really quick say, walkings with dog, I didn't mean it's not a crutch. What I didn't want was my son to use it as an excuse not to do things.
Right.
And he didn't. And he did.
Said.
Yeah, and he didn't do that. So I don't want to offend anybody and say I was saying, it's a crutch. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant I feared that if he had heard it sooner, he might say, I can't do it because I have I don't know, I can't do it. And I didn't want him to have that label on himself and think that way. So when he did finally come and ask us, hey, come on, I've got this IEP, I got this counselor, he explained it to me. He was older, he understood that. And he didn't use it that way. He accepted it, and he knows that he's different. He knows everybody else is different, and and he's made a couple new friends and things. So life is good for him right now.
Yeah, I mean, and I get that because my parents are very old fashioned. It just like when I was, 3 years ago, was diagnosed with a little over 3 years ago, diagnosed with breast cancer. Okay.
Oh, bless your heart.
I had my surgery, whole left mastectomy. I didn't have no one to talk to because my mom passed away long before that. So, when you don't have someone to talk to and your own father, we don't discuss that kind of stuff. Who do you talk to?
Well, I'm sending you hugs. I'm sorry. I'm sending you hugs. I'm sorry you've had to.
Yeah, that's really hard. I'm sorry, Mystery Secret. Thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I really appreciate that, love. Thank you for supporting the Hive.
Yeah, I mean, I got over it, and then of course, a little blow up that finally has been in a sense corrected. But yeah, that was last December when I got cursed again with someone else's, but whatever.
I want to, sorry.
Go ahead.
Somebody's got feedback. I can hear the music playing in the back, and it's like I'm hearing it in the background of somebody's. I mean, I muted everybody now, so go ahead, Cheesy.
Sorry, I want to say something. I want to address something that was in the chat. Somebody said, huh?
Oh, I said,
somebody said that because why did Chris and Katie lie about him being on the internet? They didn't lie about him. And somebody else said that because Chris was on our panel that we were taking their side. First of all, we're not on anybody's side. We're on Sebastian's side. Most of us here. I think I can speak for most everybody here. And
absolutely.
And we thought about, we weren't on Chris and Katie's side even before we weren't saying the stuff against Seth even before Chris and Katie came up here. And they never lied about the internet. They didn't let him just go on the internet without being, they said that they watched him on the internet. They didn't just let him willy-nilly go on the internet. That was what it was. It was locked down for him to just go willy-nilly on it, but they didn't say he never went on the internet. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, see, and I think, like I said, I think you spoke for all of us when you said we're Team Sebastian. That's who we stand behind, period. But I am going to say that the police officer has said the parents, at this point, they have not found any foul play, and the parents have all been cooperating. With Seth going and throwing low blows and going and doing all these dog whistles, I think it's important to bring that shit to light, and I think it's also important to bring back to light the shit that he said in the beginning.
Right. And
But yeah,
Chris
he's
and
definitely
Katie
not on
never bashed
track.
him.
So I'm gonna go ahead and hit play and finish this.
He's been dealing with an emotional, stressful, traumatic incident for the last 7 years, and I've been trying to help him. I've been trying to get him help. Going to talk to his doctor and telling them what happened. And for the doctor to tell me, she was like, I knew none of this stuff. And I'm like, really? Because he's supposed to be seeing a therapist for this. And she's like, well, he's not seeing the right type of therapist for this type of trauma. I care about my son. And actions speak so much louder than words. And there's just no justification for the actions that I have seen from them. They're not parents. They're not parents at all. And I want to know what happened to my son.
You deserve to know what happened to your son. Every bit. And I'm sorry, I don't think any of us were aware of that. And I'm so sorry that, number one, that he went through that, and two, that as a parent, you're going through a parent's worst nightmare, but that's like the second worst nightmare.
My son around his daughter. Because Chris has turned around into my mother told my mom, your grandson's a pedophile. No, he's not. He's a victim that hasn't got the help that he deserves and that he needs so that he can get over the traumatic incident that has happened to him. That should have never happened underneath their watch to begin with. That's why Chris doesn't want my son around his daughter. Because he's scared that my son is going to do the same thing that was done to him under his watch. Hey, Chris.
See, this is bullshit to me. This is absolutely fucking bullshit to me that should have never been brought up, brought out, or even said on a fucking live. This right here is not okay. Not at all. And it is a straight asshole move to put his business out here like this.
Right.
Proudfoot, if you're listening to this, you can't hold that over my head. I told you. You're going to piss me the fuck off, and I don't give a fuck who knows. It's your fault. It's your and your wife's fault. You guys don't deserve to be around kids.
I don't know if you listened to it, but I know that you're aware of Nina Gomez's video. And I'm going to say this based on what I've heard and having dealt. So my account started off as toxic and narcissistic behavior because of the type of parent that I had. He doesn't even want his own daughter. It's what I heard. And it's just all about control. And it's about control with Sebastian. That was pretty clear because as I had a lot of step parents, more than I want to admit. And most of them would have never disciplined me without talking to to a biological parent. They sure as hell wouldn't have hit me. So it's for him, I think it really is control. And maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but I'm kind of like, I'm with you at this point, kind of like, fuck it. Because everything that has come out, every word that has come out of his mouth, he double talks. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He can't keep his story straight in one single interview. So I'm fully with you. And I feel that most people who have seen this going down have seen everything.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He also was well aware of the phone call of the leak for Chris's court date for his daughter too, right?
Right.
Yeah. And he goes, I don't know if you're aware of the Nina interview or not. Well, absolutely he's aware of it because he gave Trevor Lee her phone number. He was well aware of it at this point. He knew exactly what was going on and he knew exactly what was going to come out. That's what kills me with this shit.
The
After
thing is
all
that Seth
after all the shit that's came out and came to light.
Seth is hurting and blaming Katie for losing her kid, and that is why he's doing this. And besides all the hurt feelings he's already got from the divorce and everything else. He thinks that Katie is the one that ruined his life. And he's lashing out against them, and he needs to get some help upstairs too. I think he's not handling this very well, which I don't blame him. I mean, I probably wouldn't handle it very well myself, but I think he really needs to talk to a professional. I really do, not people on YouTube.
I agree, and sometimes I worry, is his hate for Katie stronger than his love for his son? I worry about that.
I believe he loves his son. I don't want to say he doesn't love his son. He's just got his own problems, I think.
Oh, I didn't say he didn't love his son. I just worry that his hate is stronger. That's all.
Yeah, in the beginning, I ain't gonna deny, I really felt for Seth. I still do. He is the father of a missing boy. But what he's put out on these YouTube streets was not for YouTube or any other platform, in my opinion. We've seen what it does to other families. He didn't. And those around him right now, I mean, he went from having legit people around him, legit, search and rescue, blah, 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 all of that, to bringing Tony in, and now nothing. No legit people really to will work with law enforcement. That's probably, he says law enforcement won't talk to him more. Well, I can see why. He keeps blabbing out things like the SA and all that other shit that never should have been put on these streets. I hurt for Seth because he does have a missing child, but yeah.
And then somebody said that he's missing his son and Katie won't say anything. Well, what is she supposed to say if she doesn't know what happened to him?
Exactly.
If he literally ran away and either A, got into somebody's car or whatever, or he just ran away, how is she supposed to answer the question of where he is? She doesn't know. If she truly does not know, I'm not saying they're innocent. Yeah. I do believe they are innocent, but we don't have any proof that they're innocent or guilty.
Exactly.
We don't have any proof, so we can't attack them. Yeah. But we can attack the actions that's going on right now. Putting out this poor boy's past that doesn't need to be told to us. Yeah, maybe this kind of stuff needed to be told to law enforcement so they know what was going on in his life. But this shit did not need to be told on YouTube. Because when this little boy comes home, this young man, excuse me, I don't want to say little boy, this young man comes home, and I really honestly believe he's going to come home alive. I really have a good feeling. I don't know why, but I do. But when he comes home, he has to live with this shit that his dad put on YouTube over and over and over again.
Yes, ma'am.
He's the one, not these parents. He's the one that has to deal with this for the rest of his life. His life is never going to be the same.
No.
And it's because of Seth.
In answer to Robin Brown's, excuse me, but here's something that you probably have not actually watched. Watch Duchess's combo with them, the interview. Watch the two chit-chats on Cluminati's. Watch the one on here. Now, when you're being attacked, what happens? You instantly go on the defense, don't you? You'll call any man or woman horrible names in defense of your wife or husband, depending, I don't know if you're male or female, not judging. You don't know what went on behind closed doors. We do know that behind closed doors, according to court documents, that Seth was 100% abusive to Katie and Sebastian. There is documented videos that Law CPS has over there on that child. So to go and bash Chris when you have no facts, nobody really has any facts except what we have learned from both parents, what we have learned that from law enforcement when they have come out and said something, the flyers, those are facts. What you're saying, no, you don't know and don't even assume.
And I don't mean any disrespect to people in the chat who are talking about their feelings in this. Excuse me. I don't mean any disrespect. We all have our own feelings. We all have our own opinions, and opinions are welcome. I think in this chat, I have never seen Queen Bee say opinions are not welcome. So, it's not my channel, so I can't say. But I don't want to say I'm calling you out. I'm just saying, we need to look at this the way it is. And what I've seen is Seth just attacking the Proudfoots. And for no reason. The law enforcement is working with the Proudfoots right now. They're not working with Seth because he's a big mouth and has got it all spread all over the place. And he tells everything. As long as everybody asks the right questions, he'll tell you what you want to know. I wouldn't work with them either if I was law enforcement. They're trying to keep stuff close to the vest. And what that tells me is that the Proudfoots didn't have anything to do with it. So, from what I can see. And if they did, if Katie murdered her son, I will come on here and I will say I am wrong, and I'm here to say I'm wrong, and I will apologize to everybody for being wrong. But the things that people have done to the Proudfoots, if they end up being innocent, no amount of sorries is going to make up for that. And for all the crap that they've put out here on the internet about the Proudfoots, when Sebastian comes home, and he has to live with seeing all this stuff on the internet, and everybody seeing all this stuff on the internet about his parents and his stepdad. There's no sorry that can make up for what they've said. But for me saying, hey, I can say they're innocent, I can apologize, and it's not gonna, what I'm saying isn't gonna make a difference in anybody's life, is what I'm saying. But the things that Dolly and all them other people have been saying, that stuff's going to make a difference in his life later on. Anyways, I'm getting off my soapbox.
Nope, you're good. I like your soapbox.
Yeah, this just pisses me off, so I'll just stop playing it. Here, Jamal, I'll leave my email in here.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you playing that, did I?
No, it's okay. It's all good. No, I didn't even really want to play that anyways to begin with. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want to put it back out there again. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it happened. I didn't realize he was going to go over it right now, or I would have skipped forward.
Sure.
But that whole interview just pisses me the fuck off, and a lot of those dog whistles came from this interview. This is why there's a lot of hate towards Katie and Chris from that fucking original interview. Lost mother of one gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate you supporting the Hive, baby. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, baby.
I just want to say I want to thank you for keeping us with the facts, and even doing something like this, going back and saying, wait, watch this again, and reminding us. We may have forgotten something, and I appreciate that you do that.
Well, I just thought, with all the drama going on and all the stuff going on and all the craziness and the circus, and you know what I'm saying, it would be better to go back and start, with some stuff from the beginning. That's all.
Well, I appreciate you letting me up. I hope I didn't talk too much. I'm going to jump down.
No, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'll see everybody later. Bye.
See you later.
I want to apologize. I wasn't calling you out, anybody in the chat. I want to apologize. I wasn't yelling at you. I just get so upset when I see Seth just trashing these people and putting this crap out about Sebastian. And I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude or anything. This is just a discussion. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm apologizing. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna have disagreements. I mean,
You know, and we're all sick of the non-factual crap that's being spread around. You know, that's why it was all I could do to make the video that I made, finish up finally last night. That is only about Sebastian. All the cool
Katie
facts.
said you were rude.
You know,
and yeah, as long as our opinions are respectful, that's all that really matters, you know.
Right. And she wasn't being disrespectful in the chat either. And I want to say that.
I'm saying everybody's gonna have a different opinion. There's gonna be different opinions, you know. So I totally get it, you know.
And I got a big mouth and I raised my voice. I was raised in an Italian family. Sorry. I'm a big mouth.
I'm not from an Italian family.
Okay.
I definitely got a big mouth, so there we go.
It's all good.
Yeah. You know, the reason why I called Robin out is because even the comments before that was directing, in my opinion, hate towards Chris. Yeah, he was upset. I don't blame him. He's trying to protect.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, Mystery.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go ahead and play this one. This is an interview with let's see here. It's got it's got Chris and Katie on here, and then it goes over some stuff, and then it has another interview with them. So I'm gonna go ahead and play a little bit of this, and then we'll talk about it.
6, Monday morning, February 26, Monday morning, 6 a.m. From everything we can tell, that is the moment that Sebastian's mom and stepdad realize he's gone. For just one moment, imagine that. You go in your child's room where you find your child every single school day morning and you wake them up, but at 6 a.m., he's not there. Can you imagine what must have gone through their minds? First of all, I want you to hear what his bio mom, Katie Proudfoot, says. Listen.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Can't find him. Where is he? And in the last days, we learned that the official law enforcement search is actually scaling back. This as TikTokers and YouTubers are flooding the area, conducting their own searches. Listen to Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy, Sumner County Sheriff's.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
We are trying to determine what happened when this young boy, an autistic young boy, seemingly walks out of his.
I just have a feeling that he either walked out trying to, again, like I said, took his flashlight because he's seen a cat outside or an animal, or he went, you know what I'm saying, somebody on one of the games, you know what I'm saying, talking about one of the games, or was, gonna get a game or whatever,
Me too.
something along those lines. Because he just was not prepared. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have his shoes, he didn't have his outfit, you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't like dressed for the day, you know what I mean?
I agree. He wasn't, he wasn't ready to go out and venture out.
Right.
In the middle of the night, we think barefoot.
And when he said impulse control, all I could think was he probably didn't even think about it. He just seen a cat out, he could have seen a cat outside and boom, walked right out, grabbed his flashlight and went outside. No socks, no shoes. You know what I'm saying? Not prepared, not ready, not even thinking about it, not giving a shit because he's, impulsive. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't thinking twice about it. No, they said Chad Daybell's guilty on all charges. Good deal. That's what's up.
That's awesome.
That
Thank
piece
God.
of shit can rot. Yep, that piece of shit can rot.
How did that happen? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on SiriusXM 111. We've read a lot online. We've seen a lot of theories, a lot of speculation. But let's start with what we know to be true. Joining me right now, an all-star panel. But first, I'm going to go to two special guests joining us, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out.
Look at her face in all these interviews. She is distraught.
She looks so exhausted, so distraught. She looks like her eyes are puffy from crying. She just looks like she's so exhausted. Her face is drained.
You went to dinner. You went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all weekend.
You were not home?
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep?
Mystery, I'm going to go ahead and mute you because you got really bad feedback, baby.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm gonna let this play for a minute.
The same bedroom.
Oh yeah, she took a jab right there. She's like, "Oh well, you've been gone, so we didn't know."
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is
So
on the
it's-
front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story, so everything's flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the 2 of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
And I'm sure they proved his whereabouts with his digital footprint.
Right. I was just gonna say, I'm sure they probably, checked it along with hers and his and Seth's. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. And I imagine
I
at St.
understand.
Jude, we saw the security there, so I imagine they knew exactly where he was at all times.
well, yeah, and I was gonna say they can check security there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's other ways
Right.
to check.
Look at how quick they were on Mallory that day.
Miss Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
Oh, she was a mess.
I did.
Those questions out of the way.
So she right there, she took a polygraph, she passed it. They said Chris didn't need one. I believe he did take one and passed it though, didn't he? Could be wrong. Maybe
Yes,
he
he
didn't.
did.
Okay,
Yes,
so
he did.
and then they said Seth took one and he passed his as well, but he fell asleep.
Yeah, he had to take 2.
Right.
The
So
first one he fell asleep, the second one he passed.
that's super sketch, but okay. I don't know how the fuck
Yeah.
he fell asleep during a goddamn polygraph, but all right. We'll roll with it.
Well, Chris explained
Was
it that night.
Faith-
I know he said that it lasts like 4 or 5 hours. I still don't understand how you fucking fall asleep during a goddamn polygraph. You know what I'm saying? I just still
Yeah,
don't
I know, but Chris was trying to give him grace.
I know he does. I'm, and that's fine. But I'm
I know.
not,
in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they on that night?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
Yeah, so I feel like, I don't feel like they're telling lies here. I really don't.
No, I don't get
There's
that
two
either.
lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage that's on at all times?
There's two. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the 2 flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that 2 flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Absolutely, baby.
I was watching Michelle After Dark this morning, and she had said that Ring cameras are only good for like 30 feet, I think she said. So they wouldn't have picked up anything. And even if they did pick it up, she was saying that that Nonsense because she was quoting Nonsense's video, she said that Nonsense had said if he had did anything with the keypad and there was any lights on there, he was in front of it, so he would have blocked out the lights from that. So
right.
I just wanted to say that.
Yep.
Since they were talking about Ring camera.
They also are not
Only
the
half a mile
best
if you walk.
quality either.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What'd you say, Mystery?
I was just saying that Ring cameras are also not exactly the best quality. You know, it goes to your phone. It don't go to law enforcement where some, like ADT or some of the other home security systems, they are connected with LE in case there's an emergency. All they gotta do is hit like a 911 button on the keypad.
Right.
And it gives you very clear video, but only to probably so many feet. I mean, unless it's set up high on top of the ding, yeah.
The whole path.
Is it through wooded area? Would he have had to walk through the woods to get there?
No, ma'am. You can actually walk either the main road or the subdivision. So the construction site is a subdivision, new addition that's being built, and they have a road that's going to be tied into our subdivision. So you could actually walk up that way, or you could walk to the main road and walk into it.
Did Sebastian ever sleepwalk?
No, ma'am.
So he would have had to leave the house undetected by Katie and walk all the way to that retention pond. Did the dogs follow the trail a half a mile?
Yes, ma'am.
They followed the trail all the way to that retention pond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what makes me think he's seen a cat or an animal and followed the fucking cat or the animal all the way through.
Right, because the crazy way he went, it looks like when I was looking at the Gray Hughes video, I mean, he kind of went instead of a straight way to the thing, it was kind of a crazy way. You know what I mean? It was kind of in a roundabout way. It didn't seem like it was
Right.
straight shot. So that would make sense.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up. Back to you, Brian Trasher. Did you guys search anywhere other than that federal property where the false positive was? Yes, no?
No.
Joining me is Courtney Lasky, high-profile behavior analyst, autism expert, chief clinical officer with Little Starts Therapy. Courtney, thank you for being with us. At this juncture, we know Sebastian to be most likely with people he doesn't know, if in fact he is still alive. How would that affect a young boy with autism?
It would affect him greatly. Based on the diagnosis of autism, we know that they typically have deficits with communication, social skills, and they display some rigid and repetitive behaviors. If, in fact, he is with someone else who does not know him well, that would be entirely out of his routine. He could be engaging in behaviors he hasn't engaged in before. He could be looking for an escape. He could be looking to get out of those aversive situations. We know that not every autistic individual will wander, but those who do wander, 36%, it's to get out of an aversive situation. It's to get away from something that's overwhelming or overstimulating to them.
Ms. Proudfoot, does he know your phone number? Can he call you if he could get access to a phone?
We have gone over my phone number. I don't know that in a high stress time he would remember it, but yes, I have taught him my phone number.
Was he ever allowed to go visit friends' homes?
He didn't get invited, but had he been, yes, we have had play dates in the past.
Would he go there on foot?
No, ma'am.
That's really sad. She said he didn't get invited, but when he did,
that is.
That's so sad, man. Because they both said, you know, all he really wanted was a friend. So that's what makes me think even more about these video games. What if he was on one of them video games in the middle of the night and they said, oh, you know, or had they been grooming him this time, you know, this entire time on that Roblox game or whatever the fuck, you know, those different, whatever those different games are, Roblox and whatever they are. Yeah. Like, the different games that he was on, you know, or the different little games that they played. I mean, I'm sure there's other games like them Roblox and other games that have those little chat boxes. I mean, who really knows? It seems to me like they keep saying he loves animals. He loves animals. He loves cats, that he would go after. He would be your best friend. He would go after. He would chase after cats. He's went under the neighbor's car before. You know what I mean? Like he's hidden under there before, you know, just things like that.
Right. I mean, we chat on here. I think of you guys as friends, you know?
It reminds me of like the Harley Dilly case where he skipped school that day and was hiding, went in through the chimney and got stuck.
Yeah, it's sad.
Joining me now is Lauren Conlon, investigative journalist, host of the Outlier podcast, host of Corruption, What Happened to Grant Solomon, and you can find her at laurenconlon.com. Lauren, thank you so much for being with us. What can you tell me about that stretch of road, if anything, between Sebastian's home and that retention pond?
Well, look, Nancy, I mean, I think like everything else about this case, it is very confusing because the public hasn't heard much from the police. We haven't heard much from the Proudfoots, obviously, when it comes to that, or Seth Rogers. And now I'm learning a lot here as I hear Chris Proudfoot say, okay, we can't speak about this because of law enforcement. And now with the Cajun Navy coming in, I think a lot of us are very excited that they are going to basically canvass this road. And they are actually telling civilians to hang back. Nobody needs to search this anymore. You need to stop. You need to stop helping and let us work with law enforcement and take over. Now, I called the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday because of all the misinformation going around. And I got to be honest with you, they didn't even know what was going on with this road, with the recreation search. They were either very elusive or they were very confused. But either way, it's very concerning because the people, as well as myself, I don't live in Tennessee. I cover a lot of Tennessee. We are very concerned for Sebastian. We are very concerned. And so,
okay, so let me just stop you right there, Ms. Conlon.
I mean, I think everyone, I think we can all say we're kind of concerned.
Right.
Really, I mean, she works my nerves sometimes. Let's see here. This was back. Let's see here. This was on.
Did you see in the chat somebody was talking about sextortion? The TBI had put something out about it. I never seen anything about that. Said it's happening in Tennessee. I don't know about that.
I did see that there was a they did a big bust
Oh, really? Oh. Well, good. I'm glad they did.
Let me see here.
I hope that's not the case.
Well, looks like TRev started private in his videos.
Yeah, I noticed he didn't have anything on there for a couple of days, but yeah, I'm wondering if Seth even did ask him for a gun, because he would have been out here with receipts if he did, I would think. I don't
Yeah.
know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. What? This is TRev's Sebastian stuff, so let's see here. Let's go take a little peeky peek here at this. So here's let's see here. All right, here's TRev Sebastian. Here's his stuff, right? Okay, 1 month. This is 2 days, 4 weeks ago, 4 weeks, 1 month. This is all his Sebastian. It's all got Sebastian. He does like Dolly does.
Yeah, clickbait titles.
Yeah. Seth, okay, Sebastian Rogers arrest coming soon. Seth calls for drama to end. That was 2 weeks ago. Seth Rogers sighting confirmed in North Carolina, seen on camera by LE 3 weeks ago. And this is a month ago.
Yeah, and he was going live every night, or every day, so he must be privating a lot.
Well, this is his Sebastian Rogers. This is all his. I mean, I typed in Sebastian Rogers. This is all his content cleared onto here. Right here. 2 months ago is when his very first, right here. Sebastian Rogers, Katie lied to Nancy Grace. Chris threatens Seth. That's his first stream, and that was 2 months ago. 20,000 views. Sebastian Rogers breaking FBI at Proudfoot's house in SUVs. Live call-ins 1 month ago. 23K. Sebastian Rogers possible sightings. Chris and Katie under investigation. Live call-ins. Sebastian Rogers, ex-FBI agent, joins us. Chris and Katie, LE connections. Sebastian Rogers, Chris passes his TBI polygraph. Sebastian Rogers, Seth Rogers gives an update. CP and KP under investigation.
Well, I just went and looked under his channel, under his lives, and there is one 2 days ago.
It said that it's. Yeah, he deleted the one with where he was talking about that he asked him for a gun.
That's him 100%.
That's what I'm saying. If he had receipts, he would have stood on that.
Involved in the search effort.
Oh, this is the one where they played Nina's. Okay, yeah, because that was just. I mean, you can't tell me that wasn't a setup. And she ain't been back around since. She ain't been back around on anybody's panels, has she?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So that's the first thing that he covered, supposedly 2 months ago. I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of Sebastian Rogers content, like Dolly almost. Dolly's was worse though.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was just hours and hours of, where's the baby? I just feel like Seth, everything
Yeah, a bunch
Katie
of
did,
bullshit
he's
about where's the baby.
complaining
What
about.
the fuck baby are you even talking about?
Right? Right?
Oh, what's up?
No.
What you doing?
Hey, girl. I made it.
What up, Beatty?
I miss you guys.
What you up to?
Oh, I'm coming back to the insanity that is this circus. I'm fucking just flabbergasted. And so proceed. How are you guys been?
Did you catch the whole pew pew situation?
Allegedly Mr. Rogers asked Mr. Rev to purchase a thing that did multiple calibers.
Yes.
That was about the time that I said, okay, I need to check out and see some nature, because then I just was like, this is too much. And I sent you those photos.
I know. You know what? I got them all at one time, and they are really cute. They are really cool.
It was the longest fucking drive yesterday, but it was so worth it. I don't know. Did he come up?
Who?
I see that it said like, did like Seth and TRev panel up again? Is there more story?
Actually, you know what? TRev went on Brittany's fucking thing and explained why he allegedly Brittany.
Yeah, I saw that last night. That was kind of
I don't even
wild.
know where it's at, to be honest with you. I don't even see it. But supposedly he went on there to explain, like, I'm sorry, I should have said something. I should have said something sooner. And
I acted out of anger, and I reported it to the TBI, and I told you guys there was things going on in the background.
Yeah, all that dumbass shit. Same shit, different day. Did you see those Smiley's World? I wanted to ask you about that. Did you see where she wrote a letter to the judge, and it actually has she wrote a letter to the judge and for her boyfriend, and put that Summer Wells she's an advocate for Summer Wells, and it depends on here. Let me see. Let me go get this real quick.
What? I didn't hear about that.
What the actual fuck?
Oh yeah, let me go grab this real quick. AB put it out. It's on his community tab. Here we go.
And what judge?
Smiley's World puts on here. It says, I can't believe I'm reading this. This is another level of cringe, unmatched on YouTube thus far. This is at Smiley Stories World. Letter to a judge begging him to drop charges against her husband. She claims that if he doesn't, it may affect Summer Wells, a 5-year-old missing girl from Tennessee. She also claims she's an advocate of Summer, and very important work should not be disrupted. Okay, it says, in fact, I have been for 2.5 years been advocating for a 5-year-old little missing girl named Summer something Wells in Tennessee. Let's see here. And this is, okay, let me see. And this could only hurt me and possibly her if my husband is charged. He could also be very helpful in was this help? He could also be very helpful in me helping her and others. He is not a bad person. I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks.
Why did she write like a 14-year-old girl?
Why was he being charged?
I got bigger questions than that.
That's exploitation of a child, and it's against the law, the lowest of low. Yeah, that's pretty fucking shitty, man. You're writing a letter to a judge about your husband, and you're using Summer Wells as an excuse to get him out of jail.
Why is her husband in jail? I didn't even know about that.
It's a DV situation against her.
Oh.
I don't know. That's pretty fucking foul, though. If that's true, that's real fucking foul.
Yep. The other one too is at Corey Rutchins, she did the same dang thing, trying to claim that isn't what she was trying to say in her letter. Give me a break. And she lives just up the mountain from me. She's another one who went and drugged her husband. Crazy bitch.
Yeah, I'm not okay with this by any means. So you were abused by your husband, and you are now writing a letter to the judge while using a missing child that you are not related to, that you have made a large amount of financial resources from, and saying that if he's convicted, he would not be allowed to help you further exploit somebody else's missing child. Shame the fuck on you.
Agreed, voices.
I'm just speechless. I don't even know what to say. Like, what the fuck?
And shame on
One day
Seth for
gone.
giving her that call.
One day of Zen and one community post. Poof. You know what? I hope you cross paths with a grizzly bear, Smiley.
Ugh. Smiley. Ugh.
Look, Angel says, I'm in the UK and it's bizarre that this is allowed. Well, normally this isn't allowed. Normally you don't write the judge and say things like that. I mean, I guess normal people don't. Some people might, normal people don't. I don't know. I've never seen a judge say, oh, you're an advocate for a missing child's case. Okay, here, let me let your significant other out so you can exploit a missing child. You know,
when you're the woman when you're the person that he abused.
Oh yeah, no.
Summer's name doesn't deserve this. Summer's got enough crap tied to her story. She's got her own traumas. She doesn't need your abuse tied to it.
Okay, number one, how is she, first of all, an advocate for Summerwell? Second of all, how is a judge going to want to let somebody out that's done DV against his wife and let him out so that he can go and help a little girl? I mean, it makes no sense. I'm just dumbfounded. I'm sorry. The amount of stupid on these YouTube streets, I swear to God.
All I know is I need a good laugh, and so do you guys. So I'm going to bless you with something really fucking hilarious right now. So this says Sebastian Rogers, Tony's tantrum in Tennessee. That's JLR's title, okay? This is his live stream. Ready?
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Hello, JLR Investigates. Come on in, come on in. Hello. We got a lot of people.
Did you guys all catch that? Okay, hold on one second.
Now,
welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Come on in.
I was just going to say that would be a good time to play.
Oh,
sorry. I thought I was on mute when I was laughing.
No, we lost Queen. She'll
Queen
be back.
fell off. She'll be back. Oh, shit. Oh, welcome in. Come in.
Yeah. I was fixing to do one too, just so
Okay, Tim, I'll tell.
Laugh so hard I eat myself up.
Damn, girl.
Hey, Queen.
Welcome back. Come on in. Come on in, Queen. Come on in.
B. Tim said he sent that clip of TRev on Britney's in Discord to you.
Oh, did he? Okay.
That's fucking funny. You yeeted yourself right off laughing.
He said, come on in.
Come on in. Welcome.
Too funny. I sure did. Damn near fell right out of my chair. I love it when he does that. Yes,
That's
girl.
funny.
That's why I played it together at the same time so people could see it. Because that's when he does that. He's doing that like JLR. Oh man, that is too funny.
That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's cracking me up.
Hey, Shelly.
You're looking naked there. Your avatar kind of went poof. Your cheese block.
Oh, your cheese block. See, StreamYard's messing around today.
Yes.
I don't know
Oh,
what's
I
going
see my cheese block.
Nope, your cheese has
like
slid off the cracker.
Yeah. Sorry.
You know, voices that did years ago. Don't worry.
Off the cracker. That's it.
I'm gonna have to record one of those for y'all.
Here, I'm gonna go
Easy
check this
Yubi's out here streaking.
I'm trying to make some money, honey.
Right?
Well, that's one heck of a way. Take your cheese block off.
Oh,
I heard you can make like $18,000 on these streets. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to have more than that. You got to be like TRev and be a ladies' man and talk to all the ladies.
Right? And I would need to actually be on my own channel too. You know? See, that's why I'm always gonna be poor, because I don't know how to do it, right?
Okay, so can we do like ones and twos in the chat? Ones if you believe that they're all really working together and this is all coordinated chaos. And two, if this is nothing but an entire Lemony Snicket's weird bunch of coincidences that just lined up, and there's some people out here on YouTube that just have the worst luck in the world.
You talking about TRev and Seth and JLR and all of them they're working together? Is that what you're talking about?
Look at
Yeah,
traders
like-
coming in clutch as fuck. Go ahead, traders. Go ahead. Here we go. She got it on time. Here we go. So here we got the. All right, we'll play this other one first, right? Okay, we'll play this other one first since we know. So everybody knows, you know what I mean, that comes in and watches the replay. If they ain't seen it yet, they're gonna see it now. So this is yesterday's video here. This is TRev. This is from TRev's live. Okay. Let's see. This is from TRev's live yesterday that he now deleted. Okay, we're gonna watch this one first, and then we're gonna watch the one that Traders got last night of him on Britney's panel.
Oh, fucking traders coming in clutch, yo.
Hell yeah.
Oh, a dirty deleter too. Not traders. Can't hear it, Queen. Queen, dear, there's no voice. Did we lose Queen again?
Give it a second. She may have fallen off. We don't have any sound though.
We don't have any sound?
No,
we can't
that's
hear
what
it
I
on
was
our
gonna
side.
say.
Okay, hold on then. I was gonna say StreamYard's been fucking up. Come on, StreamYard, get your shit together. Fuck's been going on here? This is the second time
Right,
this
you
shit's
pay
happened.
for this crap.
Too. Yes, so come on. Fucking playing games with us and shit like this. What is going on? StreamYard, come on now, get it together.
Well, not for a long time because it just happened about on the. Well, not for a long time because it just happened about on the between the 10th
All right,
of
y'all
this
can hear
month
now?
and the 15th before I came here. It was between one of those days. But I just want to know why somebody was trying to get me to buy a staccato pistol that pierces armor. You know, I just want to know that. You know, when I get on here and say I've been holding stuff close, that's one of the things that I've been holding close. And as I thought about it and 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 thought about it, I didn't want nobody to get hurt. So I don't know what the play was on that or why I was even asked that. But to know that is why that like just to know that somebody purchasing a firearm for somebody else, like what the hell? Why? Next. I mean, it's weird. It's weird. I wouldn't like that's crazy to me. Black males are illegal, or black males illegal. If you have proof, it's time to say something. Lucid says, Plant Lady says Tony needs to sit the fuck down. Really? TRev, stay away from them in the case. It all stinks. DC says don't F with any of those chumps. Heidi says absolutely not. This is about Sebastian and Sebastian only. Either he is setting you up or he's about to take out CP and KP. I don't know what's going on, but all I know is that they would come back on. If I bought somebody something like that, what would happen to me? Right? No, I didn't. Gypsy, I didn't. I didn't ask why. I was caught off guard, to be honest with you. I was honestly caught off guard and didn't know what to say. Well, what are you supposed to say to that? I was caught off guard.
You're supposed to say, man, what the fuck you asking me for? Some shit like that. What the fuck you doing? Hell no, I wouldn't buy no shit like that for you. Fuck's wrong with you? What the fuck you mean? That's what you say.
First off, is there
you think
any
you're gonna do with that? You don't need that. You're not mentally stable enough to even have one of them right now. You ain't even thinking straight, man. You need to get your shit together, dude. You ain't even thinking right. That's what the fuck you say.
Right.
No. Just a straight up no. Sorry.
Say that too.
And armor piercing rounds? Are you fucking kidding me? That is
Okay,
that's
well,
what TRev said.
I get all that TRev is saying all of this, but is there any proof that it was actually asked?
No, he hasn't put out receipts that I know of.
This guy just told us that he was stepping back. He's been alluding to drama behind the scenes. I don't want to have to defend him, but there's two sides to every coin, and he just put out a big accusation about the father of
a real big accusation, girl. Yeah,
An accusation he could be sued for. So where are the receipts?
And, Traders listen. Traders plays it. We about to play it. I'm gonna drop Traders link too. Hold on, we're gonna play it.
All right, I'll just shut up now. Like I'm just a little bit out of the loop, so I'm almost. I think I'm up to where everybody else is at. I think we're all on the same page now.
Big time. Played along with it too. Like what? What do you mean? Let's look it up. I pulled it up.
Oh, he
I even looked up what it was, just so I could see, and to see that it shot 45 rounds and 9mm, and then to go out here and talk to these YouTubers and. You guys want to know what's going on? Like, I'm getting these messages here to my phone from people that are, and again, why target a woman? Target me. Target me. Why target a woman? Like, what's going on with that?
So you're playing along with it. You mean to tell me you're playing along with the hey, Ro?
Hi. So you automatically are going to be willing to be complicit in a crime?
Yep. Yeah.
Now, voices, I think, this is my thoughts now. I think
Please reel me back in, Cheesy. Please reel me back in.
I have a feeling that I don't know about the whole pew pew situation, but I think TRev and that Michaela were stringing Seth along, and they were working together, like they were talking romantically on the internet. Him and that Michaela, and she was talking nice to Seth in Tennessee. And getting on his good side or whatever, he thought that there was something going to start going with them.
I agree.
And when TRev came down to Tennessee, he moves in with Michaela, and she kicks Seth to the curb. I think them two were working all together all along.
I believe that they used Sebastian to get him down there so they could be together.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I really believe that.
I think that TRev, look, he puts out recorded phone calls, but now this is his thing. He doesn't have a receipt because he said it on the phone. Brother, you put out other recorded phone calls. You record everybody. What you talking about?
Exactly.
Number two. Sorry, I had a lot of cigarette. He's a medical marvel. He's a medical miracle. He survived lung cancer. He's a lung cancer scammer, baby. Then that didn't work, and he had blood cancer. Stop it.
He had what?
He's a cancer scammer times 2.
What were the two kinds? Lung and what?
Lung and blood.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So,
Oh my god.
Oh, I didn't know he
so
did that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So take this for what you will.
Listen,
Yeah.
I believe I
Wait, they're
honestly
saying he faked cancer?
Yes,
Twice.
he went on his live and said that he was so worried, and the doctor, they said that they think he's got lung cancer and all
Oh
this.
my
And
God. Are you
then,
serious?
then like 6-8 months later, he said it was blood cancer. So this is his history. So
Oh,
we have,
he's a
let's say,
scamming ass motherfucker, huh?
yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and yeah. So
he also claimed that he turned this into the TBI on Britney's last night. He said that he turned this in, that he shouldn't have been talking about it. So again, I feel like this is even more of a scam and a grift, and in a way to cause people to walk away from Sebastian's case.
Well, and why did he have to put out something so woo? Well, let's see. It came out $52,000 in back child support. Detective John's video live being played from Christmas. The ex-girlfriend came out with all the text messages. Oh, and by the way, in those text messages, it did say that Seth was calling her his girlfriend. So, yeah. So
That's what I keep saying. Show the
Yeah.
receipts, because he always has receipts. Come
Okay,
on.
well, here's the thing. I want to see her side of the fucking conversation, because was she playing into him calling her girlfriend? Because
He'll play a
this looks like an
conversation.
entire setup to exploit a child and exploit the father of a missing child.
Well, if y'all want a good laugh,
Then he said, hold on, Jamal says, look, then he said his dog had cancer and raised money for that. He's had it
Yes,
all.
he did. He did. That was
So,
during
yeah.
the Kansas City 3 thing that he said his dog had cancer.
Yeah, I know somebody that helped and donated to him. That pisses me right the fuck off.
Yeah. So
Grifting motherfucker, boy. You a grifting little bitch.
So he's got to, come out and say, I held this in and I can't, the red flags, I just behind the scenes, guys, I just couldn't
This
do it
is
anymore.
dangerous.
He did this, not a receipt. He records
Oh,
everything.
hell no.
And I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I think he was trying to be the good guy. And I turned it into TBI and I was the good guy. This happened 3 weeks ago. Stop it.
Keep it moving said one way to keep this 18,000 fears for his life. Pew pew on the porch. Turn on the people you supported and keep the money.
Right.
Yep.
And he's down there with the girl that helped set him all up.
Yeah. Oh, I heard she got a nice ass house too. So yeah, I'm sure he's probably living off of her ass like hell yeah.
No,
he done
I heard that
fucking found him
I heard
somebody
she
with money.
married.
He found him somebody who's got money and a nice ass house and stuff, because I just heard about her. I heard all about her. So yeah.
But I've also heard that she's having some financial problems as well.
Yep.
So
in there, but you know what? She might have sold him a dream too. And you know what? Karma's a bitch, ain't it?
Ain't it though?
And it always comes back around, because the grass ain't always greener on the other side, baby.
No, motherfucker, you water your own side first.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's not.
The Illuminati found was there was I forget exactly. It was either, I think it was yesterday's live, that the trash, there was a post, I guess, in the Facebook Sebastian group,
right,
saying that the trash at her place stopped been requested not.
Yeah,
to
that's been out, but that don't mean anything.
Listen, it's rural.
That doesn't mean shit. That's
it don't mean no.
That don't mean nothing. That don't mean a thing. That don't.
It's
To
rural,
me,
and they
that
could have switched services.
Yeah.
They also, it could have been disconnected for non-payment. We don't know why.
Exactly, but
because
it still keeps
private
revolving
services
around.
out there.
My point was it keeps revolving around TRev and Michaela, since those two been connecting up. You know, even before he moved to Tennessee. You know, what the fuck? Stop it, y'all.
Well, I tell you what, if y'all want a good laugh, honey, I watched Cluminati last night. Girl,
Oh my god.
Yeah,
she
she
drug
cracked me up.
she drug smoke. Shit.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
watched that.
she's like, "Who's Ricky? Is that her name or something something like that?" Because it says that she said it says it right on her title, but then he docks the fuck out of her or something. Little weird ass bitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, when she's
God, what a
talking about
weirdo!
his
Why the
facial
fuck
hair,
is like people? And he thinks he's doing the shit for TRev. You ain't doing shit for TRev.
No.
saying, look, that's a Tennessee dragon there. Some people, not publicly, they've heard me drag somebody like that. I'm telling you, don't mess with Tennessee women. I'm telling you, we'll go hard on you. I just don't do it because I respect Queen, and I don't have my own channel. But yeah, when she talked about little Smoke's beard, you know, he looks like an embryo to me. That's all I could think of. Was he looks like a little embryo. But when she talked about his facial hair, oh Lord, and a part of her body, girl, I rolled out. I was like, oh my God, girl, go, girl, go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't play. Tennessee is different. Tennessee's like its own. It's not just the South. I'm telling you, we just don't play. We don't care. I talked to my best friend in Nashville today, and I was like, and I was telling her some things, and she was dying laughing, and she goes, "You know what?" And I said, "What?" She goes, "We don't give a fuck." I said, "Exactly. We don't care. We don't care." And our poor husbands and partners have to just shake their head and walk off from us because we don't care. I don't. Made an ass of myself at Publix today. It's all right. But yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, if you're believing this whole, if you're believing T. Rev's words, well, just believe them all. You know, believe all of his words. You know,
I don't
believe the
believe
fact that he ain't got
Baby, I've been
cancer.
on their pics. What do you mean?
Oh, I know.
I mean, they've been doxing the fuck out of me forever. Shit, I mean, that ain't nothing new. That ain't nothing new at all.
But you know, talking about this pew pew thing. If you believe that, go back and look at his history, his lies. See, that's where your character, you know, like that's where everything kind of comes back to bite you. How you roll, how you are, your couch surfing, your 52,000, your all your things. Look, you nasty, and then you gonna sit up here and talk about Chris Powellfoot? Shut the fuck up, little man, little ABT grocery store feet.
Oh my God, I love it when you say that.
I saw some today at the Publix.
That is so such a southern thing, grocery store
It
feet.
is. It is, man. You know, you hit Tennessee and other states that now I'm in when you see grocery store feet. If you've ever seen them, you know it. Yup. But I'm gonna hop back down. But yeah, just you know, everybody's like wilding out um about this whole pew pew situation and all that. Yeah, just consider the source. You know, just consider the source. I don't know if it happened or not, but so what? You know, I just
I
don't believe him. I just don't.
the
I just
timing
don't.
of all of this,
Yeah.
the timing of all of this, the fact that the ex has been speaking again and making her rounds, the fact that they
The child support.
the money and then the financial that he was making,
Yep.
And
The
the current
detective
financial,
John, like all
yeah,
that. He was getting a lot of heat. So what do you have to do? You have to deflect. Ooh, I'm not going to answer that. My private life ain't none of your business. Well, no, you're right. It ain't. But when you start, you know, playing hide the sausage and fuck around in a missing kids case, then yeah, it does kind of become our business. Especially when you
Right.
bring it to the internet. I don't care who you sleep with as long as you ain't breaking the law. But, you know, and then you gonna sit up there and pray for everybody. Bitch, you still married. That's called
I mean,
adultery, baby.
oh, bitch. You know what this
ADULTERY.
motherfucker had? No, pause, Rowena. You know what this motherfucker had the balls to say? I've been trying to get a divorce.
Yeah.
I've been trying to
Yeah,
get
I've been trying to
DNA
get a
tests.
divorce my ass.
Well, he's also
Oh
been
no.
trying to get DNA testing done too. Why ain't
Yeah.
you? That court said those kids were yours, baby. That should have been handled right there that day, baby. I want a DNA test. They would have done it right then, but you didn't. You didn't, boo boo. You didn't. You hightailed it. You ran to another couch. You ran to your daddy's couch. Then you ran to Chicky Poo's couch, and I ain't saying she's all innocent. You can't tell me that she didn't know that he was sitting up there on the internet saying that he had cancer, and he was with her during that time. He was with
Right.
her during all that shit. So she ain't all clean and whistly clean. Um, you know, rock on, girl. But you had you knew what the fuckery he was doing. Come on now.
I just no. You were just as complicit. He was under your roof, whether you knew it or not. You were there. You can't say that you didn't benefit from it in some way, form, or fashion. I'm sorry. It doesn't make you. It doesn't absolve you, but it also doesn't. I'm not gonna. You're guilty as him. So. And TRev, the whole fact that you're using manipulation tactics, like, dude, you have completely crossed over into exploitation. You have provided no proof, and you have actually made a criminal allegation against a 15-year-old missing boy's father. You said you went along with it. You gloss over it.
Who works for law enforcement?
Right. And you say you reported this to TBI and that you shouldn't have been talking about this, and that's why you took it down. But you get all this sympathy. You got the cash apps, the super chats, the memberships rolling in, but you want to hide it. Oh, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah. So,
I mean, if Seth still has a job, that could get him fired and put in jail.
Yeah. So now there you go, and I'll stand for Seth on this one. Sue the fuck out of him if you want to, brother. I mean, take some of that money you got and get yourself a real attorney, not that strip mall joke you got, and and do that if you want to. Maybe it'll stop some of this mess.
Ooh, Angel makes a good point. Could be construed as entrapment. I mean, whoa, ooh, because now you're blown. And if that were credible, okay, let's just say that little EBT
Who's making noise?
Is it me? I'll mute. It might be me. It might be birds.
Okay, so let's just say that little EBT, it is true, right? And he did take it to TBI. Well, congratulations, dude. Now you just blew everything. What are you doing? You're not even really in it for the right reasons, because now you're complicit in a crime, and then you come out here and you profited off of that again. No, buddy. Do you know what you're like? I think, and the worst part is, I think you do know what you're doing. In my opinion, I think you know what you're doing.
Well, I think it's very manipulative, and I think it's very vengeful, and it was done for a distraction, in my opinion. And congratulations. But look, some people, I'm going to tell you what, some people could go out there and on live stream, drown kittens, and shoot Oprah Winfrey on live YouTube, and there'd be people making excuses. I'm just saying. There's always the weirdos that are like, oh, honey, protect yourself. Please, stop it, little fool.
But for me, it's the manipulation tactics. It's the fact that he's come out here and he's manipulating all of it.
Yeah.
Again, this totally.
He's no better than TikTok Tony.
No, ma'am. You are 100%
He's no better than
bingo.
him. He's sitting there dogging him, and he ain't no better than him.
He's a horse of a different color.
Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna hop down. Thank you for letting me up, Queen. But yeah, just everybody's like, oh my God, I'm like, consider the source, man, because until last night I had heard rumor of the two cancer things, but I had never actually seen the actual receipt of it, and I saw it last night, and I was like, okay, ding, ding, ding. But it'll be alright. It'll be alright. Sebastian will come home. I just have a feeling he'll come home.
I do too.
Going back in these interviews, it has just been so interesting, the changes in the stories. And Traders put out a video of a TikTok of that barbecue lady, and now they're like, did you know that GoFundMe was started 3 days after he went missing? I'm like, where have y'all been? Where have y'all been? What? TRev has to say something about a pew pew, and then everybody gets all butthurt. Where have y'all been? Have y'all not been listening? Okay, but it is what it is. It'll all come out. You know, truth always comes out. Always does. And karma's the sweeter the longer it ripens on that tree, baby.
I just
That
finally
quick-
figured out what TikTok is, Rowena. TikTok is the Temu version of YouTube.
Right.
Yeah.
Dynamite, I haven't seen any receipts that Seth actually did this, by the way.
Yeah,
I saw that in the chat.
I haven't either. Here, I'm going to play this, and then here, I'm going to finish playing this, and then we'll play the one that Traders did.
I'm going to hop down, baby.
All right.
Love you, girl.
Love you, baby.
I guess you were with Seth's ex. He's been going around calling YouTubers. He called Lauren and 2 others to tell me to ask what to do and what channels are best to go on. I already hate this case. I think it's cap and money. For everyone, it's all good. Just not into it. I'd be weary. Hold up, not that one. Next. But in general, hitting up Sweetie Pie Low and these people and saying that I stole your girlfriend. It's absurd. It's absurd. Like, what's going on with that?
Here.
Okay, so after he got called out for this, cut his stream off, deleted his live stream, he jumps up on Brittany J's panel last night. Because, you know, he's trying to get ahead of this, even though it's already done. He don't even realize it. But here, this is Traders. This is her channel. I'll drop her link in the chat. But she got this from Thug to Karen real quick.
Here, thank God. Thank you.
TRev playing victim. Here we go.
You, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. I never thought I'd be so happy to see you.
Lord,
I'm sorry.
listen to
Can
Brittany
you
kiss
please
his ass.
answer some questions for me, because
Stop it.
I feel betrayed. I'm gonna be
Simping
honest.
since
with you,
been
Rev.
pimping.
Shoot it. Let's hear it.
This isn't on you. I think you're fine. Listen, I don't want you to.
No.
Hell.
I made a mistake for talking about that earlier. For the simple fact
Watch
that
his eyeballs.
Why does he look higher than Cooter fucking Brown?
That's what I was gonna say.
His eyes.
Rev, what are you doing?
Dude, his eyes
Hell
never
no,
stop
he
moving.
looks higher than Cooter fucking Brown here. What the fuck is he doing?
Oh, dude,
Good
those
God.
are pinpoints if I've ever seen them.
Wow.
that it's reported to TBI, but it just weighed on my conscience so much.
But did you?
And this happened a while ago, and I would say, what's up? Between the 10th and the 14th, maybe the 15th of this month, and it is weighed on my mind in a sense of red flags. And I've always been saying there's some stuff close to the vest. There's been red flags to me, and that being one of the things. So I do want to apologize to the community in general for me even talking about it and putting it out there, because I feel like it. And it should, again, I should have just left it off behind the scenes and left it with the authorities to take care of. And that should have never came out the way I have, or the way that I did today. But I was when I had woke up this morning, I had got a message from a few people saying, look, Seth hit me up and he's saying that you stole his girl and that you came down here and, did this, that, and the third. And I got fired up about it. I'm like, what? Took his girl? I did nothing but help. as much as I can, donated to the GoFundMe, gave him money out of the Cash App, pushed everything as hard as I possibly can to do anything for Sebastian that I could, that I possibly could. And I mean, people can say whatever the fuck they want, but show me where people have came out and pushed and tried to help somebody in any type of way. That it was just a weird position when I was on the phone with him that night, and he brought up this staccato gun that I had again. I was just like, what? It kind of took me as a surprise. I'm like, what gun is this? And I looked at it. It could shoot 45 and it could shoot 9mm, blah 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 blah. And it just caught me off guard, just for the simple fact that why would somebody ask somebody else to purchase something for them and they would give them the $2K in cash when they got there with it? It just.
Come on, man. You know exactly why he was asking you that. Come on now. Come the fuck on. Oh, hold on, Angel. I didn't even see you back here. Hold on. What's up? What's happening?
Hiya.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good. Right. A couple of points I want to point out, right? It's the same people that were with, like, the Summer Wells and stuff. Same crap. But this time it's really different, right?
Yeah, it seems like it's way worse this time around, don't you think?
Yeah. And this, like, can I mention channel names?
Yeah, go ahead. That's
Like,
fine.
so that TRev time, he gets the recording, gives it to the lab, so Josh puts it out. Then we find out that he said he was subpoenaed. Then it turns out he wasn't subpoenaed. Her solicitor had asked him to turn up at the court. Then TRev time starts jumping around channels trying to dig himself out the hole. But then you get this TRev, right? He took a photo in Sebastian's house. We don't know how long these people have been around Seth, do we? Like that Michaela and stuff. And I believe that, in my opinion, that Seth's maybe on autistic spectrum and maybe he's undiagnosed. He's not got many friends. And like, you know, with Sebastian, and like you think, oh, why weren't you invited to parties and things? It's when you're younger, autism with young children, it's not really noticeable. But then as kids get older, it is.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it definitely is, and as they get older, yeah.
Yeah, and they sort of don't click. They don't fit in where you've got the lads chasing the lasses, the girls, and dressing up, and you'll have Sebastian taking a step back, right? And as for this walking around without shoes, he has to wear shoes. He has to conform to wear shoes. So his shoes are left at the door, and he's made to wear them when he goes out. So he could have gone out and just snuck out, not necessarily run away. For what reason would he run away? He had a good day. He was with his mum. He felt safe. No one was there but his mum.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was thinking. But if he's seeing like a stray cat or something outside, you know.
No, he might have even just gone out for a bit of while. At quiet time, there's no one about. There's a building site behind the house. There's one thing autistic children don't like is a lot of noise. So it's quiet and no one about. And it can just go and just chill. And
yeah, but why would he do that in the middle of the night? You know what I mean? Especially in a room, if he's in a room by himself already chilling.
Because he's in a room trapped. It's outside. It's like freedom.
It's exciting, maybe.
Yeah, exciting and different, and you know, so it could be a regular thing.
Right.
And as for these Ring doorbells, right?
Okay, but hold on. Think about that. Okay, before we get too far down this track, we had a conversation with Chris and Katie, right? Katie
Yeah.
revealed that he was more an inside kid. Number two, do you not think that law enforcement wouldn't have gone back 30 days or as far as they could in people's Ring cameras and things like that to see if maybe that had happened?
Not if he took the same route, because that Chloe stated that the law enforcement, the route he took, even law enforcement weren't even picked up on anyone's camera during the day.
Okay, that's a good point. I didn't realize
Or this could be his first time.
Right. But we're getting off topic, so we need to stay on where we were at before we go back to bring in.
Yeah, I'm gonna start playing this again, so we're gonna finish that up. But I appreciate you coming up, love. I thank you very much.
And can I just say about this Trev time, mate? Not Trev, whatever. Yeah. Right. Well, if you listen back about the weapon and what Seth's asked him to do, yeah, it plays a recording that this woman has actually must have given to him. He's not in that recording.
He says he recorded it. He said that he recorded that call. You're gonna hear it.
Yeah,
in this recording here.
but you didn't hear him calling it, talking on it. You hear him talking over, right? So he's talking to Seth, but it's
You can hear him in the background of the call. Yeah, I can hear him in the background of the call.
but and she rings and said, what she's been hearing, that I'm your girlfriend, and I've heard this and I've heard that, and he says, yes, I've heard the accusations. So he's not going to admit to it because she's saying it's come out of his mouth, and he's saying, yeah, I've heard that. Then she starts telling him who's told her, and he says, I don't know this person. You get me?
Yeah.
It's a setup, because why would you go to anyone's house? He must, you know what? God forbid if anything happens to that man, because he's going to be pushed to breaking point. He's lost his child. Sorry, they've lost their child, and this has split them parents up from working together. It's like pick a side, exactly the same as
I
someone
think
else.
Seth did a good job of that when he did his first interview. We went ahead and played it if you want to rewind, but he said
I've seen it.
Katie
Yeah,
and Chris. So I think Seth did a good job of separating them.
Yeah, he's dug his own hole. Yeah, I agree. But I also believe that he's on the spectrum, because he doesn't seem to have many friends. He seems to.
Well, it's kind of odd to me that nobody in his family, none of his friends, none of his coworkers, no one, no cousins, no aunts, no uncles, no brothers, no sisters, no one, not even his own sister is helping him search.
And that's what happens.
So what is
when
really going on right now? It's kind of very odd.
Yeah, and that same way with Sebastian, no friends. It's sad because you're isolated, and the only people that seem to be there for you are your parents. Because it's every autistic child's different anyway.
Right.
And also say he didn't walk to that retention pond and fell in it one more day. So if he's falling in mud, covered in mud, them dogs cannot smell his skin cells, because they're not falling off him anymore because he's covered in mud, wet mud. He's walked to the road and some buggers picked him up. Or he's walked the other way.
Yeah.
It's just a shame,
It is, and it's really sad too. And I hope he comes home soon. I hope he's found soon.
But the children in, especially in Tennessee, and like what they're being took for, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, love. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play so we can get started back on this call, because it is.
Wendy, can you just do me one more favor? When you're going to do something about Sebastian, can you bring another child up that's missing? Because that's the other thing. Like,
yeah, there's lots of kids missing.
Yeah, it only takes 5 minutes for a creator to bring one more child up before you get onto the subject. You get me?
Yeah, there's lots of missing kids, baby. Lots of them. But thank you for coming up. I appreciate you, love. Have a good day.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. You too. Bye.
Bye. All right, let's get started back on this. Here we go.
It caught me off guard again, and it left me in the blue. And first of all, he's the one who introduced me to my girlfriend. He's the one who gave her my phone number, you know? So I'm not saying that, and I know I see people saying that I did nothing wrong, but in general, I shouldn't have came out with that information the way that I did today. And regardless of the fact, that's how I'm reflecting on it. I'm reflecting on it in that manner for a sense of what it's done to the people around me and who it's hurt around me, and not only hurt around me, but also for Sebastian. And for that reason, I'm thinking I'm about to step down off this case and can just go continue my journey pushing elsewhere, because it's been toxic. I've been pulled into it. As soon as I got here, I was into a shitstorm. Seth's looking at me like I done took something from him. Like looking at, you know, when somebody stares at you weird and they just give you those eyes and are like,
yeah.
I was catching that. And again, it is what it is, but I can't say that I shouldn't have said what I said on my show earlier. But it is true. Hook me up to a lie detector test, any place, anytime.
Did I just hear a kid saying, "Mom, mom, 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 mom"? Sound like fucking shoot. What the hell?
Yes, you sure did. I heard the same thing. I was hoping it wasn't like we were all muted, right? So that didn't come from our panel.
I was like, what the fuck is that? I hear somebody saying, "Mom, mom, mom." What the fuck?
No, I don't have kids here.
I was just hearing shit. Like, what the fuck? Am I hearing shit? What is going on here?
Mason did not learn to talk overnight.
Neither did Lugnut.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I forgot this was fucking Brittany's goddamn video.
Oh shit, that's her kid.
Fuck, I forgot this was her video because it's under Traders. My bad. I was like, goddamn, I know Traders doesn't have no, you know what I'm saying? She ain't got a kid back there saying, "Mom, mom, mom." What the fuck is that? What am I hearing? Yeah, BJ's on this. This is allegedly Brittany. He's on allegedly with Brittany's panel, and this is clipped. Traders clipped it from Brittany's. Sorry about that, guys. I was like, what the fuck am I hearing? All right, here we go.
Anywhere, there's no receipt of it because we were on the phone. But I can promise you this right now. Hook me up to a lie detector test, any possibly where, and I promise you I'll pass it with flying colors, and I'll be there. Any name a date, time, place.
You're not that kind of person.
And I put that on my life that was told to me and that was asked to me.
Nope. I don't question it one bit. I'm going to tell you that. I would tell you this to you. I would say this without you being around privately. You have no reason to lie that you've been into this case as much as me, if more than me. I know how heavily invested.
That's an even bigger reason for him to lie.
So I don't even think anybody questions you, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah, we all question you, my dude. We all question you.
And given that you two have been in it for as long as you have, and there's nothing new, and we have the same exact information, and given that he sucked up to the father of a missing child, and he's made a great big claim about that, you should have questions, Brittany. And we all have questions. No, you don't speak for the entire community there, lady.
Not over here, you don't.
But here's my thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did because of people like myself who maybe we needed.
You can't take. Somebody says, you took his girl. You can't take a girlfriend that was never their girlfriend.
I think people need to just. I think the girlfriend part, we all need to just.
There was never a girlfriend or boyfriend situation there. I've read all the text messages. I've seen them for myself. There never was.
Yeah, I don't even think that's important, y'all. The part I want to talk about is the weapon, because Rev, since that come out, and here's another, and I'm gonna tell you another thing, creator to creator, why I think that you did the right thing. Okay, your girlfriend saying that y'all's lives are being threatened.
Did something to you? Did something to his ex? What? Stayed in a bedroom away from somebody who constantly badgered me all day. You want to talk about you want to go watch one video and believe one side of the story? Y'all are wild as hell.
Why do you care?
Carry on with that shit. Those people who are talking about what you did to your girlfriend, what the girlfriend I looked in the eyes 90 days ago and told was over and said, no, just stay here, save up money, and so I can keep buying her weed all day. I mean, that's all that was. Next.
That's none of anybody's business, y'all.
But it's the truth. It's the truth. So people want to go and believe some one-sided, jacked up story for some fucking
Oh,
crazy chick. They're wilding out
messy,
next.
messy.
All right. Well, we need to talk about the Rev's real life, y'all. That ain't got nothing to do with none of us. I don't care anything about.
Trev, grow up. You have 2 kids. I've been trying to get DNA tests on those for 7 years. Maybe y'all can bring her to me since you were so worried about her. Where's she at? I've been waiting here all day. Got the money in pocket to pay for the DNA test. Let's go. Bring it up. Where's she at? Bring her to me because I can't get a hold of her. Where's she at? Let's get it going. Y'all want to talk about you have 2 kids, raise them. Well, you gotta, it takes 2 people to connect with each other. You see my face every day, don't you? Okay, next.
Maj, y'all to be
no, I'm right here. What if people talk about like, oh, TRev's not taking care of this, that, and the third? I've been asking for a DNA test for 7 years. What are you talking about? Next.
Right.
Goodness
right.
gracious.
Yeah, don't
Like,
give
that's
it to them. They
crazy.
don't. This is what they want, Rev. Don't even give it to them. It ain't.
No,
I'm gonna tell you what you tell
I'll
me.
be good.
These
Yeah,
people, that's what they want. They want to break you. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to your life being at risk, and
John says you have a wife. I do have a wife.
ask yourself what kind of man would go live and bring children on a panel. That was disgusting. That you want to talk about going real life? That's real life, and that's sick. I don't care who it's about.
What does he really feel like Seth is? Well, I don't know who's threatening me, to be honest with you.
But that's the
got
part
a few
I'm
different
talking
people.
about.
Been threatened by a few people, yeah, but I don't know who's who. Yeah, Detective John's a known liar, dude. But that's next.
That stuff, Nick. But that's what I'm saying. And then you're talking about this weapon. Let me ask, because I know a little about weapons, but not a lot. Okay, I got a little purple one to keep myself guarded. I couldn't even tell you much about it.
Appreciate you.
You say the weapons that he asked you to buy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that weapon illegal for any civilian to have, or?
I don't know. I really don't know much about it. I mean, I looked it up as we were talking about
But
it.
he played along with
I had
it.
to go through my history to look exactly to see what day it was searched up, because I looked it up immediately. I typed it in. I was like, staccato, blah, blah, blah. And I just was looking. I didn't know. But what caught me off guard was, well, if you get it, I'll give you the cash when you get here. That's what caught me off guard.
Yeah.
And that is true.
I believe
there's
you.
no allegedly to it. That's 100% true and a fact. And I don't care. What's up? Put me on that lie detector test and I'll show you.
I got some huge red flags with this, y'all, because listen, first of all, his line of work, what person with that kind of job would dare want to have to be in any situation like that? And then I've thought about this long and hard all day. And the only conclusion that I can draw is a setup. I'm sorry.
I don't think he was trying to set anything up. I'm just going to be honest on that in case I'm just oblivious and trust people too much. I don't think it was that. I don't know what it was.
That was exactly what you indicated.
Here and roll them under. But again, when it comes to that, I've been put in a weird position, and now I'm getting it. Now I'm catching threats, and then I find out. Like I said, I woke up this morning at 7 a.m. I open up, start looking at messages. I'm getting messages from creators that they're telling me, oh, he called me and said you stole his girlfriend and that blah, blase blah. But when I'm talking to him, he's not telling me that. He's not saying, well, you stole my girlfriend and I was with her.
Please be more specific about the blase blah.
He did this, that, and the third. He's not saying that to me. And then again, the phone call thing, that's not on her end. I did that. So why is she being blackmailed and threatened over something that I did? That doesn't make no sense, because I'm the one who recorded the phone call. I'm the one who said, you know what, if he's saying that you're his girlfriend.
Oh, you recorded the phone call.
That are friends of mine that he didn't have no idea were friends of mine, and they reached out to me and let me know respectfully that that he said to them. So when it comes to that, that's why that phone call was made. Did you hear in that video whatsoever when she said, "Why are you saying that you were my girlfriend, or that I was your girlfriend, and that Rev took you from me?" Why did he not mention one time, "You are my girlfriend, you are my ex, you are that"? Why didn't he say that? If it was true, you would say, "I was your ex, and you were in my bed, and we were this, that, and the third." But again, that's all I'm gonna talk about on this live. I wanted to get back to Sebastian. I don't want it to be about but Sebastian. And I'm respectfully backing off this case. I'm done with it.
Well, listen, I do want to tell you this, because Mama Bear said she looked it up and it said that he can only have his service weapon. So, Rev, that may be what it is. Maybe he really just wanted that weapon, and he thought that.
Yeah, it could be, but it was definitely a red flag to me. And immediately.
Yeah. This is what I think, okay? And I'm not fully done covering Sebastian, but I think for me, I'm going to just touch it when something happens.
Exactly. Bang bong.
Because this is beyond. Because without even without what happened today, you got the Proudfoots going over on various channels, and you're not even allowed to mention anything about them, or you got people crawling your channel, you know, coming at you 90 to nothing. It's counterproductive. Sebastian is no longer in the forefront, but I am going to say this. I'm not going to start, I'm not going to support.
Who the fuck does she think she's talking about?
Oh, that's that was shade directed on that was said our way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you directing that towards me, little bitch? Because I'm gonna need to know. Stand on it. Say it loud. Say it proud, baby. Put your chest out. Stand on it, big dog.
Support parents anymore. Like, I'm going to be like completely neutral.
Yeah, you got to be, and that's what I learned. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
learned throughout this whole ordeal.
You got to be completely neutral. Okay, I was gonna say, because you haven't been. You've been fucking up Seth's ass and all over JLR and all over their channel and Justice for All and all them. You've been kissing ass straight up. Don't play. Don't fucking play.
You were in Seth's living room. You posted a very awkward, rather borderline inappropriate photo for content.
Exactly. Talking about being neutral. You're fucking calling this man brother, you know, getting with the same, you know what I'm saying? Come on now. Getting with the same fucking girl that supposedly was his girlfriend. That's not his girlfriend. Fuck, what the hell? It's too much.
This is neutral. This is neutral, y'all. I would hate to see fifth gear.
No more getting close to people.
Yes.
Like that. I'm here. We can do the interviews. We can run the information, but I don't want to run to where people. Now I'm on allegedly Team Seth, and now they're with these narratives that I'm not going to run with. I told Telly I'm not changing my channel for nobody. I don't know why you're trying to get me to push this out or defend your honor and do this, that, and the third. That's not my place. I said I'm here to keep Sebastian's face out here, and it kept getting turned around in crazy ways. And I just don't. I won't change my platform for anybody. I'm not going to change the way that we run my platform for no one. And again, I think for the best for Sebastian, so the focus can get back on him. I think it's best if when I do cover things, it'd be about something that is coming out, or, you know, maybe something was found in the case or something like that, because it's just getting too out of hand. And this thing that that I talked about today has been heavy on my chest for a long time. And you can go back and look at the streams and hear me say there's some stuff that's just been bothering me. It's not right.
Yeah, you said that on mine.
And this is one of them.
Right. Yeah. You said this the other night. I remember it. You said right here on the channel. You said that there was some things you were holding close to your vest and that would have been bothering you. And that's why I'm saying I'm looking at what you're going through and taking lessons from it myself as a creator. You know, and it's like I've thought about this all day today, and I was going to message you, and I really, to be a good friend, gave it a long thought about how I would handle it, and I probably would have said something too, to be honest with you.
I think I might have went about it the wrong way, but I can admit that I should have never fucking talked about it on stream, and that's eating me up as a person who likes to keep drama out of it. I made a mistake today by even talking about it or even bringing it up. I made a mistake playing that recording. All I did was
When does he keep drama?
He moved.
Cut off, Cheesy. Go ahead, Voices. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, either one of us. When has he kept drama out of it? Can anybody tell me?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious of that. And Patsy Crime says here she keeps trashing the parents. I don't want to hear shit when people trash her parenting or lack thereof. Taking lessons, huh? Yep.
I can't even. You just put all of this out, and now you say that you don't want to be part of the drama, dude. You're sharing. No. Mm-mm. And Brittany, honey, if you haven't figured all of this shit out, baby, you may need to go back and rethink your ability to do true crime. You don't even see that you are participating in it. What are you doing,
People are
honey?
just so full of crap.
Oh, well, you know, she said that she was going to stop covering it. So sometime maybe by July, she'll be done. We got to milk every last penny out of it. You know, Kylie's mom had to beg to get her to stop, right? Hell, you keep hearing every once in a while she tosses around Summer Wells. She's going to start talking about that. So, you know, we'll see the uptick of that and, you know, count down to 16, 17 days or so.
Yeah, that's coming.
Lord, I mean, it like in the center ring, and let's look at the left ring, and let's look at the right ring, and up on the trapeze. Don't miss the lions and the tigers and the oh my, and send in the clowns. Popcorn, peanuts, cotton candy.
All right, I'm playing it.
Be these angry people out here. That's all I did. And I should have just kept it close, knowing that it's reported to TBI, and I made that step. But it's just weird that somebody wanted me to purchase them a firearm, and that's a felony.
Yeah.
And that's all I'll drop the mic on that.
Yeah. I'm with you.
And it's bothered me this whole entire time. And again, as soon as I arrived here, I was treated in the most weirdest manner and looked at in the most weirdest manner. I feel energy out pretty great. And when you get around somebody and you know somebody's just like side-eyeing you and looking at you in a different way, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Point blank period. And I felt that. I don't know why I seemed to be into the middle. I felt like I was in the middle of some crossfire going on.
Yeah, I bet.
And I was. But it is what it is. I'm stepping out of that. I'm going to go back to covering what I do. And I appreciate you, Brittany. I'm going to hop off of here, though, because my mind's right tonight. I'm not in the right mind space tonight. I'm over here looking over my shoulder. You got people pulling up, riding by, cameras hanging out. Just a bunch of weird shit going on. So,
man, I want to know what fucking drugs he's on.
Yeah, right?
Whatever you got going on, man. Whatever it is, let us know, because this shit's wild as hell, and I don't think you're sober, my dude.
I want to avoid whatever substance he might be. I mean, shit, whatever he did caused the paranoia.
Man, no shit. It's wild as hell. Like, what the fuck?
Why do every one of these people claim that there's somebody following them, cameras and shit? Dude, do you have receipts of any of this? If you're seeing it, given that you live stream everything else, why are you not walking out the door on a live stream? Hey, what are you doing? Why are you riding by with a camera?
Right. All he did was take a picture of a car or whatever.
I don't even. But the emotional manipulation, congratulations, Brittany. Way to let the audience and way to grift off of it. We've been seeing the ding, 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 ding.
Man.
I think he's just paranoid.
I'm on edge.
Well, hear me out. Just know you got a shit ton of people supporting you, including myself. We got you. Take a couple days, get you a break. I mean, first of all, you not only you got all this going on, you just moved. Like, you just picked up your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's stressful in itself. A whole change. You know, when you have somebody that has anxiety, I have anxiety. I can tell you it takes me a while just to adapt to that alone. I think you just need to take a couple days, chill with your girlfriend, you know, go to the park.
I don't even drink. I went out and got wasted last night.
Yeah,
I don't even drink. I haven't been drunk in a minute, and I went out last night, and I had to just there was just a lot weighing on my chest, and I'm like, damn, how did things get to be this way and turn this way? Like I just truly.
That's you creating your own bullshit. This is called consequences to your actions, right?
We just trying to fathom and understand how things could have got this way when I feel like the Rev Gang has been nothing but advocates in this situation. I mean, I know what we've done as a whole, and anybody who is Rev Gang knows this. We've not only just covered this case, but we've put our heart and soul into this shit. We put money into this shit. We've done as much as that we possibly can. And I don't want to contribute to that drama. So that's why I need to gracefully back out, because things are starting to boil up.
Yep.
And I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that. For Sebastian doesn't deserve that. And that's all I gotta say. He doesn't deserve it.
Just think about what you've told me. How many times have you told me, Brittany, I want to, I just want to shake you when I see you give in to these people. Same to you. Like, you are above that. You know that.
Yep. I told you. What did I tell you? At DMs, I said, you're going to relapse on things at times. You're going to relapse on your old ways, or you're going to relapse into something that you made a mistake on. And I even said, I'd do it. Here's a prime example of me going back on something that I should have never done. And it's okay. I learned something from it. I learned a lot from it, actually. I learned to not associate myself with people close into these cases anymore, and to just continue to do what I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he keeps saying he donated all this money? Did he throw out receipts on that? Are they on? Maybe they're on his community tab and I missed it.
Honey, I haven't seen a receipt. I haven't seen a receipt for the hot dogs. I haven't seen proof other than his word. And at this point, I have questions.
Bro,
But you know,
relapse in times 2.
But yesterday I said something. Was yesterday or the day before? I said something. We were wondering why all these people were trying to step back after they talked to Tony and stuff after this Godfather meeting, and I said that I wondered if they were asked to be giving some of the money back or something that they're making off of this.
Yeah.
And did you hear JLR this morning?
The TikTok said, you guys ain't giving them back their money. You guys you're not giving them any money that you make from this.
Yeah. I wonder if that's, I said that the other day, that I thought that they were having when they had their meeting, if they were being asked to donate their money to this, and they don't want to give up any of their money.
Cheesy, that is the only thing that causes people to suddenly start turning and outing DMs and all of that. The one thing that'll make people fucking weird is money.
Yep. Trust me, I fucking know.
We've seen these
a lot of
guys.
people that get real fucking weird with me. Yep. And the money didn't even go to me. It went to a fucking attorney and sat with an attorney. We paid an attorney for a fucking year. Jesus Christ, with papers on it, with my name and the attorney's name on it together. And
you don't even get to enjoy it.
While every ounce of it is covered.
Fuck.
While every ounce of it is covered, every filing is covered multiple times on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. By multiple different creators. Yep. Yep.
Do drive my platform, and we can support the way that we support without getting in too close and developing these relationships where things could possibly go sour. Now, I know that everybody's like this. Not everybody's shit's not always gonna turn like this with everybody, but at the same time, in the field that we work in, it's smart to not personally get involved for simple reasons like this. Let this be an example to some, because when you start talking to people and you start hearing things, and just, I don't know, just me being from where I'm from and growing up, how I grew up, when somebody asks you to purchase something as much as that, my red flags went up immediately.
Yeah.
So
first
that's
off,
all I gotta say.
You jeopardize you and your CPL. I don't know what CPL means. He is IO. He can purchase himself. I guess thank you, Bobby, saying that, he's putting you in jeopardy by asking you to do that. Yeah, I don't understand it myself, but I think you got the right idea, Rev. I think, and look, it's gonna take a whole lot more than this to get you down, and for your people to even blink a second. You got this. You're gonna be just fine. And you just gotta, I really do think you need a break, though. Maybe just, even if it's just 2 days. You can't stay gone too long. People can start losing their minds. But
yeah, I know.
Take a couple breaks.
I know
a couple
how it
days.
is. Shit, you never know. I might be live tonight. You never know.
Ain't
But
that
it ain't
the
gonna be
truth?
about this. But it won't be about this.
I'm the same way. I'm like, I ain't going live. Next thing you know, I'm live twice as much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be about this. It might be about that or something like that. But yeah, I'm about to go work on some music and get this shit off my chest.
You got your album, right? You working on?
Yeah, I'm about to finish. I got 3 more songs to finish up on that, so I'm about to go focus.
Oh hell, here we go.
And use.
Next thing I say, instead of a Truckee way, it's going to be a missing child's way. I can't with this shit. For real.
That is use everything as motivation around me to create something positive.
There you go. There you go. And if you need anything, I'm here. We're all here. We got you. And just stay strong. Listen, it's a learning experience, and I'm right here with you going through it.
Yeah, it definitely is that 100%. It's definitely a learning experience. Shout out to you, Brittany. Me and this Dragonfly. I appreciate you guys having me up. I will. You never know. I'll slip back in. I appreciate you though. God bless you.
All right. Bye.
And that whole God bless you bullshit's not working anymore. I mean,
right.
I've gotten emails from a couple of his mods and stuff, and people that were used to be really close to him, and it's really fucked up. Like, it's real fucked up what he's done. Dougie Fresh said a lot of people left quiet when he got greedy.
I don't know.
I'm going to hop down. Thanks for having me.
All right, Cheesy. We'll see you later, love.
Bye, Cheesy. I can't. Wow. Shame on him. He is now, what he said here is not what we watched in the first. He was talking a big game, and then over there walks it back. I shouldn't have done that. Yes, it's been reported, blah, blah. You had no problem clicking go live and knowing what you were going live about.
And Burnt Toast is live tonight at 7:30, just so y'all know. She'll be on at 7:30. And I think Traders is streaming the other one that's going to be on tonight. So there's that.
Nice.
Yep. And we've been on here like 4.5 hours. I got stuff I got to get done. So I am going to jump off here and get some stuff done before they go live in a couple hours.
I'm going to go outside and do the weed eating that I got out of yesterday.
Get some stuff done. That's right. I know I need to do some yard work myself. Fuck.
Oh, girl. Like, I'm about ready to have to call in a baler for the back. The grass has gone to seed. It's almost hip tall. I get to go. It's not going to be fun. Anyway, have a good afternoon. Thanks for having me. See you later.
All righty. We'll see you later, baby. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate y'all for being here. Thank you guys for showing love and showing support as always. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. There will be a live tonight. Like I said, Burnt Toast will be live. The girls can drop the links. She'll be live, I believe, at 7:30, and I think Traders is going to stream the other one. So if you don't want to give the views, you ain't got to. Anyhow, y'all have a good night. I'll catch you on the flip side.